Shout out to everybody that's tuning in tonight to another edition of the Late Show. This is Knowledge Uprising, and I am your host, Lindsay. Enjoy the music. Wait for everybody to get in here to get the show started. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Hit a like. We got an amazing show tonight. We got the brother Sharaf coming on. We got the brother Dojo. Hey, we might have more. So everybody enjoy the sweet melody. Everybody's coming in. Hit that like, hit that share button. Let's get the show going. Red Squid X in the building. Peace, my brother. I see you. How you feeling out there, man? Cautious in the building. Cautious Castaway. Peace, my brother. Welcome to the show. Anybody that would like to join, simply all you got to do is click on that link. We will be building with my brother Sharaf tonight. Yeah, that's right. We got Red Squid in the building tonight. So what's going on tonight, brothers? First, I would like to thank everybody for tuning in to another edition of the Late Show, coming from yours truly, Knowledge Uprising. Tonight, I got a new guest that would like to come on and build and express his sentiment. I got a good brother coming on, and I got a brother that's been on a plethora of times. Uh, so let's start it off by talking to the brother that's coming back on. He done been on several times before. My good brother Dojo. Peace, Sensei.
Peace, peace, peace to the family. HOTC stand up. It's your boy Dojo in here, one of the greatest. Yeah, I'm here for the build. It's gonna be a great build. I'm not gonna take up too much of the time, man, but I will be listening in. Shout out to the chat room. Shout out to Cautious Castaway. I see you, Red Squid. We in here.
And for the first time, we got my brother Sharath. Sharath, peace, brother. How you doing out there?
Blessings to everybody out there on the late show, man. I'm just blessed to be here. I thank you for inviting me here. I'm just here, man, just to give some more understanding of what's going on in today's time and what's going on in the world, and hopefully we can get a better understanding. The viewers out here can get a better understanding on the scriptures of be the Most High will, or praise be to the Most High.
And when you say to the Most High, you're speaking in reference to the God of the Bible.
Yeah, the God of the Bible, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay. So how would you like to start this off, my brother?
Well, I would like to start it off about just giving a little understanding. Some people might have a different view or might not have a good understanding on what a Israelite is, whatever.
Yes.
Um, I would like to start
Did
by
you say
saying,
Israel? I hear some people say Hebrew Israelite.
well, that's true, but Hebrew Israelite. But I would just saying in general, you know,
Yeah.
um, for instance, Abraham was a Hebrew, and
Yes.
he had two sons. One of his sons' name was his first son name was Ishmael, which will be the Arabs today.
Yes.
And, he had another son named Isaac. He was
Yeah.
a Hebrew as well. And Isaac had two sons. His name was one name the first name the first son, excuse me. The name was Esau. He, he's a Hebrew as well. And he had a son named Jacob. Jacob's name was changed into Israel after he wrestled with an angel. So when they say Israelites, he had 12 sons. And that's where Israelites come from because they come from Israel. So when they say Hebrew Israelite, yes, they was Hebrews. But they also, the Israelites came from Israel, from a man named Israel. So the
Okay.
Israelites are the descendants of Israel.
Okay. Okay. So expressing your sentiments with you being an Israelite and the nature of, I'm gonna say, because most people say that black community. What are your sentiments upon the black community and the belief system they have today?
Well,
I
the
mean, because you got a lot of brothers that are Christians now. You got a lot of brothers that are Muslim now. You got a lot of brothers that don't have no faith with no religion.
that's true. Well, what I would like to say is, according to the scriptures, according to the
And I
Bible
want to hear
says,
your personal experiences too and
okay,
ideas.
okay. Well, me personally, me growing up, I grew up in the Christian church. I grew up at AME Zion Church, in the AME Zion Church. Um, to about 3 years ago. So I come out of the Christian church. I understand. I was calling myself an African American. Uh, we was, if you anybody know the backdrop on that, African American.
Now I know Jackson created that term.
Yeah, that's correct. So
Before that,
we
it was calling us Negroes, black, and so on and so forth.
Afro Americans, Negroes, black, you know, all types of things. So like I said, the word African American started with Jesse Jackson in 1987, 1988. So I was born in 1982. Me myself, how could you be older than your nationality? So I understand about, the confusion that goes on in our communities. From my understanding, us as people in our community, we're looking for a way to better ourselves, but what kind of standards are we gonna hold each other accountable for to better ourselves? What path is the right way to help us better ourselves? For instance, we have been given all kinds of denomination and religions, and if anybody that reads the Bible and understands it, the Bible is God giving His laws, statutes, and commandments to a certain people, to His chosen people, and not religion. Religion has kept us separated, and if all of us came off the slave ship, our forefathers, there's no way that they would have had a Muslim section.
So
They
you believe
wouldn't.
we are from other continents other than Africa with the nature of
Exactly.
our skin?
Yes, exactly. I believe that we are the children of Israel. Certain people are the children of Israel, and we do come from Israel, and we migrated into Africa because you look at in certain for the southern tribe. That was the tribe. The southern tribe was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi,
Yes.
and we went into Africa to hide. If I was going to hide, I wouldn't go into the suburbs hiding amongst Caucasians. Not saying that we don't have black people, so-called black people in those areas, but if I was going to go hide, I would go hide in the neighborhoods where my majority of my people would be
Yeah.
to blend in. So I would not go into back then. I wouldn't go into Rome to hide. You
And and,
understand?
and that makes sense.
Right. So yeah, and that's the thing when a lot of people don't understand that, and I do know that our people in the Egyptians, they was
Hey Cook,
Nubian
you
people.
want to you want to challenge what he's saying? You're more than welcome to come on the panel, brother. There's a link. Just click on it, and I can bring you in. Go
But
ahead,
yeah,
Raf.
like I was saying, we everybody know that, if you have any sense of history, that the Egyptians were Nubian people. They were dark skinned people. It's also on record that those Nubian people, those Egyptian people, had another people, even on the hieroglyphics, had another people enslaved that was dark people too, as well. So a lot of people say that we're African, and if our forefathers came on the boat from over off the west coast of Africa, then which area will we come from? I mean, because it's
So now we're coming into an intriguing topic.
right.
Where do you think if slavery existed and people came over here on slave ships, where did they come from and how did they come here? And
Well,
and there's this land called Israel. Where is it
yeah.
located nowadays?
Well, Israel is
Peace,
on
Cook.
is on
Welcome
the
to the chat.
Israel is located on the north side of Africa. It's not far from Egypt.
So it'd be like somewhere within Morocco, Liberia.
It's close. It's closer. It's more closer to Egypt and Ethiopia.
So okay, so it'd be by Liberia in Europe then.
So if they have this, it's called the Suez Canal. It's a bridge that led us that will go from Africa, the north side of Africa, Egypt, to
Yes,
Israel, which is the land of Canaan. It borders right on the outskirts of Egypt
yes,
and borders Saudi Arabia as well.
yes.
So all if you look at all those areas, dark people come from, and so we ran into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution back in 70 A.D. when the destruction of Jerusalem came. It was sacked, and this is actual secular history. Anybody can go, look up on the phone, look on your phone or computer, or go to a library and get this understanding that it's actually recorded in 70 A.D. that Jerusalem was sacked. Israel was sacked by the Romans. The Romans was ruling at that time and still are to this day. And we ran and fled different parts into the northern parts of Africa. Through
So, so can I ask you another question, brother?
Go ahead.
Where in the Bible does it describes that we are the Hebrew Israelites, the people with copper colored skin, or it describes us in nature that we were the true Israelites?
But if you have to read Deuteronomy chapter 28, and what my understanding from Deuteronomy chapter 28 is the verse 1 through 14 is the blessings of the children of Israel. After Moses led the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, they came into the land of Canaan, which would be Israel, because it was Canaanites there. And after they was ran out of the land, the children of Israel went into the land of Canaan. It was turned into Israel. Like I was saying, me and you were talking the other day. The people makes the place and the location. Like
Yeah, yeah.
if you was like I gave you the example the other day. If there's a place in Brooklyn that's called Chinatown, it's called Chinatown because of the majority of the people that live there are Chinese people.
Chinese or people gonna call it Chinatown just because they're there.
Right. Like you might have
It's just like if you have a neighborhood or block, that neighborhood or block has a certain nickname. People gonna call it that.
yes, and like ghetto. If you look up the word ghetto, it'll tell you what a Negro Christ. Christ himself came out of Nazareth, which was the slums, which was the ghetto of Israel. He came from a poor part. But like I was saying, back then, whenever Moses would bring the children of Israel out of Egypt, the Most High God gave Moses some law, statutes, and commandments to give to the children of Israel. And Deuteronomy, verse 1 through 14, is the blessings of the children of Israel. Verse 15 through 68 is the curses of the children of Israel. And through some of these curses, they're prophetic. All of them hadn't happened all the way. But it's a sign
So what
also.
did these curses do?
What these
If you
curses, if you was to go to Deuteronomy 28, I'm just going to read a couple of them. And Deuteronomy chapter 28, I'm going to start at verse 1. I'll just start at verse 1 and I'm going to jump around just to give precept upon precept. And it said, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1. It said, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken, listen diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. So the children of Israel above all the people of the earth. Even though God has, He made a lot of people. It's like if you have a favorite shirt, but you have several shirts, but you have one out of all of them. The Most High God chose the children of Israel out of all the people on the earth, and He told them, if you do what I tell you, follow my law, statutes, commandments, I will give you everything, and you will be above all people of the face of the earth. Verse 2. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. So I'm gonna jump down to verse 4. I'm gonna jump to verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken, listen unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Verse 16. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. So most of the time, whenever you go into our communities, we're cursed. Even in the cities, we got the most talent. We everybody try to follow us and be culture vultures and try to copy us and do everything that we do. And we come up with a lot of inventions and all kinds of things, but we still the lowest of the low out of all the people on earth. Why is that? So it said in the Lord, verse 20, the Lord shall send upon thee curses, vexation, and rebuke in all that thou settest thy hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. So our forefathers got these curses, but it's something called a generational curse, which can be passed down, especially if you have no knowing of what's going on or what you're doing. And if you didn't know that your forefathers had a contract with somebody, you'll be lost or not even know. It said, I'm gonna jump to verse 25. The Lord shall be smitten before thy enemy one way, at least 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. Our people have been persecuted, and everybody why are we not getting the same equality as other people? And these curses will let you know. And the curses it can, if you see what's going on in our communities, it would tell that we are at the lowest estate, and these curses fit us. So, and also I want to say there's a difference between Jewish and a Jew. You understand? Jewish is
Go ahead
sort
and
of
break
kind
that
of
down, brother.
the Jewish is sort of kind of. The word ish is a suffix. So if I say, brother, wake me up at 9 o'clock, or I give you $1 million. Just giving an example. If you wake me up at 8:59, are you gonna get that $1 million, or are you gonna wake me up at 9 o'clock? At 8-ish or 9? Are you gonna wake me up at 9-ish, or are you gonna wake me up at exactly 9? You
I'm gonna wake
understand?
your ass up at 9. I get what you're saying.
Yes. So they're sort of kind of. They're not. They're converts. You understand? They're converts. They're not. They're only Jewish because of Judaism. The Bible doesn't tell you to go through Judaism. God gave us law, statutes, and commandments, like I was saying earlier. So there's a difference between a Jew and Jewish people. Somebody said on here that the Jews run everything. The Jewish people do exactly, but because our forefathers failed, they're Jewish. They're staking claim to something that they're really not. They're only Jewish because of conversion. So verse 28, it said, and the Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart, wherever we go. No matter how hard, look at how people getting shot in the streets. Nothing happens on camera and everything. Our people, it was madness. Even when we was enslaved, we getting our children getting sold in front of us. What could we do? Nothing. They could. Their people are not. They're not stronger than us. They're not smarter than us. They can't run faster than us. They can't do really nothing more than us. It had to be a spiritual intervention for those people to take us into slavery. And not only that, so-called black people sold black people.
Yes, they
So-called
did
white.
for molasses and alcohol, spirits, and all that. And we even talked about spirits.
Exactly. So this is a spiritual intervention that had to be by the Most High God for these people to overtake us. Even now to this day, what can they really do to stop us? Nothing. We hurt ourselves. We hold ourselves back. And I want people to let people know, especially our brothers and sisters out here, know that this is the way. And there's no white man wrote this book. You was lied to. And these curses will let you know who you are. If a lot of people would just humble down and just take the time to look at it and really read it. Majority of the people, our people really never read. A lot of our people really never read the Bible. And the people that have read the Bible, they looking at it from a different point of view. They don't see themselves in it. Like they see a white Jesus, a white Christ, and the Bible never said he was white. There's no way that he could have been a Caucasian guy. In
Well, see that's just the perception get when people do read the Bible or they go to a certain church and
yeah,
there's a portrait of a Jesus. You know,
yeah,
there's this old saying, everybody got their Jesus. You know, you can go
hmm
to an Asian church and the Asian church will have their idea of what Jesus would look like, and then you go to a black church. A black church will have a white Jesus as well as a white church, or you can say European. You
yes,
know, in a sense.
yes,
So
and
that's what made me come to my belief
hmm
that Jesus was just an ideal, not a real person.
but that's what I said. If you was to go, a lot of people haven't really read the Bible or haven't, but we put it down because we seen us our oppressors holding the book, but they really wasn't teaching out of the book. They gave us imagery, psychology. Like for instance, angel food cake. It's white, right?
Yeah,
But you have the dark cake. It's called devil's food.
yeah,
So that's psychology. You see what I'm saying? And with that, if we look at stuff like that, all they had to do was just give us an image. But if we never read the Bible and see what it said, then we were like, you know what? We're putting it all the way down. These people are beating us. They're doing this to us. They're doing that to us. You know what? I don't even want to see no white man. But never read in the Bible that he looked like a Caucasian. There's nowhere in the scripture that say he looked like that. So I just want our people to get to know, get an understanding of what these curses are in the Bible, what the Bible says, and what somebody else said.
is there
So
anything Cook, peace brother, Dojo, peace brother, is there anything you brothers would like to bring in? I appreciate you brothers patient and being quiet.
Go ahead, Cook. I know you've been peace to Cook, peace to brother Cook, and the
Yeah,
main
Cook,
on
it's
the
been
chat.
a while, man. You and Dojo, I appreciate y'all coming on tonight.
Yeah, peace, brothers.
how you
I'm
doing?
feeling
How
this,
you doing,
man.
brother?
Yeah. What's going on to everybody in the chat? Dojo, what's popping, bro? I ain't heard from you in a while. But
Indeed.
you know, you gotta. I'm I'm in agreement with what the brother said about reading the Bible. You got to pick that book up and read it. And even when you read it, for me personally, you can't just read it one time. Like you gotta, you pick it up one time, you read it, you still ain't gonna get no understanding. Especially if you've been indoctrinated like I was. I've been indoctrinated, and I can admit that I was indoctrinated just like everybody else was. So I had to read it 2 or 3 times right off the top just to try to figure out exactly what they were saying, like who the chosen people were. Because if God decided to make a chosen people, that's separatism right there. Because if
Yes.
he say, well, okay, I'm gonna make the Hebrew Israelites the chosen people, what about the Jews? Because as far as religion goes, Jesus was a Jew. So if the Jewish religion is not the chosen religion, why would Jesus be the chosen one? Like, why would he be the son of God and his religion is Jewish and all his followers not Jewish, meaning the Christian religion? Because Christianity is a religion. So why aren't Christian Jews? Well, Jesus said, don't follow the religion, follow me. But how can you follow him knowing that he was a Jew? Because the Jews were the ones that persecuted him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out the truth just like everybody else. That's all I wanted to say, really. I'm open to all views. You know what I'm saying? I'm open to all opinions. I'm open to the facts. But when I read the book, I look at it as a story, and I look at it as an individual way of life. Because when you read the Bible, you're supposed to be able to do good things. And to me, that's what it's all about. As long as you live in your life right and you're doing good by yourself, you're doing good by your neighbor. And when I say neighbor, I mean everybody. Like if I'm doing good by y'all, or if I'm doing good by a coworker, or if I'm doing good by somebody I know, do good. Don't do bad to people, and that's what it's all about. But when it comes down to religion will dictate something else, and it'll be confusing. Like I said, if Jesus was the true son of God and his religion was Jewish, how can we put away Judaism? We can't. We have to incorporate Judaism into it, because if we don't, we denying Christ and what he believed in. And that's all I got to say. I'm waiting to say I'm waiting to hear what somebody gonna say about that.
Well, that's. You mind if I respond to that, brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Christ was an Israelite, brother. He wasn't Jewish. Hebrews 7:14, it says, "It is evident that our Lord and Savior sprang out of Judah." If you know the history, back when King Solomon was the king, he had 700 wives and 300 concubines from other
So,
nations,
so that
Gentile
made
nations.
him an Israelite because he came out of Judah. What made
Yes,
Christ? What made Christ an Israelite?
because
No, what made Christ a Jew was his father. And back
that
then,
I
Joseph
agree.
Joseph was right. Joseph was a Jew. So
Yeah,
back then, it was whatever your father was, that's what you was. So if Joseph was a Jew, then that made Christ a Jew simply through, what I'm saying, through the laws. So you can't really say he was an Israelite, not at the time of birth anyway.
that's why I was.
But go ahead.
That's what I was. That's what I was trying to explain. The kingdom Israel was split into two different kingdoms after Solomon had sinned. You had the northern tribe, which was the 10 tribes. They was turned into Israel. The southern kingdom was called Judea, which was Judah. That's where you get Jew from, because they was from Judea, the southern kingdom. So you had Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, which were all sons of Israel. The Levites were the priests. The Judah was the kingship, and yes, Joseph did come from Judah, and Benjamin's were the warriors. So the southern kingdom was still intact when Christ came into the earth. So the brother's right. Yes, he came from Joseph, and it's still like that today. Whatever your father is, that's what you are. So if you look, yes, he was from Judea, Judah. That's where you get Jude. Christ was an Israelite, brother. One of the sons of Israel was Judah. That's one of the sons. So if you go and look into the history, the kingdom was split. They had 700 wives and 300 concubines. The Most High God, the kingdom away from Solomon's son, and it was split. The northern kingdom went one way, and the southern kingdom, there was a split between them. There was a division. So the southern kingdom was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. When Christ came on the scene, the northern tribe was gone out. They was already carried away, scattered. So the only thing was left intact was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, and that was the southern kingdom. So that was Judah. That's where you get Jew from. Christ never studied Judaism. He followed God's law, statutes, and commandments. Hebrews 7:14 say it is evident that our Lord and Savior sprang out of Judah, one of the tribes of Israel. So a lot of people get it misconstrued. Christ was an Israelite, but just like Christians think Christ was a Christian when he wasn't. There's nowhere, there's not one person, not one Christian, one pastor that can show me that Christ was a Christian. If he was, what denomination was he? Was he a Baptist? Was he a Mormon? Was he a Catholic? No. The word Christ means anointed. That's what it means. So in Acts 11:26, it said that the disciples, which was Israelites, which were Jews, Israelites from the southern kingdom, was called Christian first. It was just a distinction of the Israelites, the people who followed Christ. It's like the Pharisees was Israelites and Jews, the Sadducees, Israelite Jews, the Zealots, Israelites and Jews, all the above. So a lot of people get it misconstrued thinking that Christ studied Judaism. He didn't. God didn't give us religion. He gave us law, statutes, and commandments in the Bible. And a lot of people don't understand that.
And I'm sorry I cut out. But what I was saying is, you're
brother.
right.
Red Spirit, I see you. Peace, brother. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I cut out. But what I was saying is, where the confusion come in at, take for example, Jesus with the Nazarene, right? When he was in Nazarene,
He was a Nazarite.
he was a Nazareth. And if you know anything about the Nazarene, they branched off into Rastafarians. Like the Nazarenes had dreads. You know, they didn't cut their hair. You know what I'm saying? So while Jesus was there, he practiced their religion and he practiced what they did. My whole point is, how do we get down to the truth of what Jesus really believed in and what he wanted us to believe in? Because what I'm getting out of it is he wanted us to adapt. Like, he wanted to bring the word, and he wanted us to be able to bring the word to other cultures and adapt to it. So you can't really say that Jesus wasn't a Jew and he did practice Judaism. Up until the age of 12, he practiced Judaism. Now, once he became a man, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but back in the day, once you reached the age of 12, you was considered a man. So up until the age of 12, Jesus studied Judaism. He had to, because he was with his mother and father, and his father was a Jew. So if he practiced Judaism up until the age of 12, and then he went to the he went
temple.
to he went to the temple and he started telling them guys, "Hey, yo, Y'all niggas ain't right. You know what I'm saying? He was representing the Jewish religion. Am I wrong?
Yes, because Christ, there was no such thing. You can't find the word. You can find the word Jewish in the Bible, but it wasn't. It wouldn't be talking about a person. It would be talking about Jewish fables, which means stories. So
He's not
when
wrong though, brother, because remember they tried to the Pharisees and scribes tried to tell Jesus that he was doing miracles on Sabbath day and that he was
right,
breaking the law,
right,
right?
yes,
So he's not wrong at all. You feel me?
what,
He was explaining to a more accurate degree about the levels. You know what I'm
yes,
saying? The Pharisees and scribes, they wasn't trying to understand those levels, but he was able to take it to a, you know what I mean, a whole nother level with the shit without being wrong according to the law. You understand?
yeah, I understand, and that's why I said
Exactly, but what law was that? He was explaining the Jewish law. That's all he had. If I'm not mistaken, he couldn't come with no other law because he was still what some people consider, what the Pharisees consider him to be, a child. I was wondering, how is it that this little boy can come in here and tell us
contend with the how can he contend with us?
That's what is wholly interesting. Did the brother drop off?
No, I don't know,
Yeah.
man. He went out for a minute. His signal.
Well, this what I wanted to say was there's nowhere in the Bible that says that they was dealing with a Jewish religion. The Pharisees and scribes were Jews. They did not deal with Judaism. If you look into Judaism, these converts who are trying, Christ, the Most High
what
God, gave them law, statutes, and commandments. There's no such thing as a Jewish religion when Christ was walking the earth at that time. Not, and he wasn't
But
studying
but
that.
but did not Christ's teachings say that these teachings are for the Jew and the Gentile alike, the Jew and the Greek and the Hebrew and shit like that?
Well, no,
I
Christ
think that's a quote. I think he said
in,
Jew and Gentile to make that
Ma-
comparison.
in Matthew 15 and 24, Christ said, I am only sent unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Right.
He was only sent. The Most High God sent the Son of
But
God
him
to the
being
lost
sent,
sheep of the house
different, I
of
think.
Israel. Huh?
I think we talking about two different things now. I think you converge in a whole nother lane when you bring in why he was sent and when he was sent for. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like we talking
I
about two
understand what
different things. Go
you
ahead
said.
and
You said Jew and Gentile. His mission was to bring back the house of Israel, because, like I said earlier, if people understand the history, that the 10 tribes was already gone out whenever Christ came. They were gone. They was already over here in the New World. They were
yeah, they were
spread out.
gone to America.
They were spread out all across.
All right,
And
okay.
even in Pentecost, when the feast of Pentecost came around, it tell you that Jews that came from different places, Israelites. So when they say Judaism, that Christ wasn't dealing with Judaism. He was dealing with the law, statutes, commandments
Right,
of
the
the Bible.
laws of the Torah. You can just say it like
Yeah,
that. Torah,
yeah,
yeah.
the Torah, the Torah and the Tanakh, and
Right.
the Torah and the Tanakh actually spoke of Christ coming. So the Pharisees and scribes, because of their hardness of their hearts, they didn't recognize him because it wasn't in the scriptures, and they was just wanting to be.
Well, yeah,
They just want.
it was corrupt.
They just wanted to be lords over people. You understand? So
Yeah,
they wasn't.
they were corrupted by the Romans. You know, they had their little monopoly going.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So the Roman, it had already corrupted them. They was already
Because there was no king,
so
right? There was no king,
there
and
was
the
no king.
Pharisees and scribes was like the government because they
Yes,
held the laws, they held people to the laws and things like that.
absolutely. They
So
sat
it
in
become
Moses'
a
seat.
matter of You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you understand when it became a matter of him working miracles on the Sabbath and how he was able to use his more science laws to get out of that.
Well,
That was a joke. It was something
I,
like that.
well, I understand what you're saying, brother. They didn't understand. Even in Deuteronomy 18 and verse 18, the Most High God told Moses, He said, "Look, I'm going to send someone that's going to be greater than you. He's going to be like unto you from your brethren." If you know that Moses was a Levite, he was from he was from the seed of Levi, and Levi's brother was Judah, and he was saying that the guy was telling him that Christ was going to come through one of the brethren, and it was going to be Judah, the kings. Christ would have been the king on earth if the kingship was still here, right, brother?
Well, I mean, they mocked Jesus, calling him King of the Jews because he had authority over the Hebrew law. He was basically bringing in, he was basically like up in the ante on what uh, the deity of those laws, like, the correspondence to who gave the law, and then this new way in which, this message or the message of how to live could be relayed to anyone throughout the earth, right? So that would mean beyond just Hebrews following the Hebrew law or Torah, right? And he actually explained how, you get into those who live by the law and those who live by faith and the difference thereof and things like that. And
Okay, well, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
that's it. I mean, go ahead.
If do and this is Deuteronomy verse 15, 18, verse 15. And it says, "The Lord thy God will raise up thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him you shall hearken." Verse 16, "According to all that thou desires of the Lord thy God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire anymore, that I die not." Verse 17, "And the Lord said unto me, They have well spoken that which they have spoken." Verse 18, this is key. "I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee." He was talking to Moses. "And I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him." Verse 19, "And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken to my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophets," with verse 20, "but the prophets which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die." So in verse 18 and 19, the Most High God was letting them know that that prophet that they was going to see was going to be Christ. See, they had the Torah and the Tanakh, and they wasn't looking for the prophecies that was supposed to be fulfilled. That's why Christ said, "I have not come to do my will, but the will of him that have sent me."
And that's fair. That's fair. Technically, that is kind of like laws for any prophet that come about, because you can really attribute those tenets to any real prophet that came about, especially after Deuteronomy. But remember John the Baptist. John the
Yeah,
Baptist was the prophet that prophesied who Yeshua was, right? If anyone, like, I know it could get tangled, but if anyone was to, I know in the Quran they call Jesus a prophet, but if anyone was to say that Yeshua was a prophet, then you would have to consider what prophecy was he prophesying, and there's no other place to go but into judgment, right? It's like a prophesying of life, period. So it's like, I think that people can take it to where the prophet that was spoken of was John the Baptist. You know what I mean? But then
yeah.
again, you were right when you say that the Torah is filled with codes about prophesying Christ. so to speak.
Yeah. So John the Baptist even said, "I must decrease, so that one that I talk about must increase." So he was speaking of Christ. He told him, "I'm not. I told you, I'm not. I'm the one that just spoke." John was prophesied to come too, to speak the way for Christ. That's why Christ, when he came and got baptized by John the Baptist, he said, John said, what did John say? I need to be getting baptized of you, brother.
Right, right.
And he said, nah, go ahead and baptize me, because it's up to us to go ahead and fulfill this thing.
I think these type of things should like speak to the hearts of the people who have on the fence ideas about the scriptures, because the power of prophecy is found in our ancestors, and you would be given justice to your ancestors. And this whole concept of prophesying or giving visions, because that's really what a lot of it is based upon. Anybody that's alive can have a dream and see the future, or have a vision, or be shown things. And these type of aspects is what is really built on. And people
Mm-hmm.
kind of lose sight of that. Like, this is something like, you know, no, they were shown, or they were shown the future, or the influence of accuracy of the future flowed through their lips, and they spoke true words regarding the future and things like that, right? And
Yeah,
you don't see that happening amongst any people today that's outside of the people of the book.
exactly. And that's the thing about it. When that's the Muslims.
What about the people who part of it? What about people who got their own eyes to see? Like literally, you are looking inside your own future, so you can tell what's in front of you when you're looking. If you don't have eyes to see, you know where you're going. Literally, it's telling you all about you, man. The whole biggest thing is that it was all about inside, man. The Jew was just you. You was always the you. The Jew was the Jewish. It was just Jewish. Most people was you-ish. You is dealing with you, man. Everyone, all the stories, any story, like check this out. If John was supposed to be prophesied to come speaking about the Messiah, why wasn't Huey P in the book? Why wasn't Squid prophesied to come speak about the book? Why wasn't Lindsay in the book to speak about the man? Because we all speaking about the same situation. So if they had John in there and John was speaking about it, they had Peter, Paul, why didn't they have Carl? Why didn't they have goddamn Lindsay? Why did they have Sensei Dojo in there? Where was his book at? Who told his part of the story? If they could prophecy so much, right?
Yeah.
Can they see us coming?
Well, I would say to you, Huey, a person really don't know. You don't know who you might be talking to, or who's sitting next to you in a place, who a stranger. You don't know. Like, what I'm saying? It's interesting that you bring it up like that. But technically, I could go and say some shit like, well, it could be many people in your life that was there, or that is a part of the book. You might know a prophet for real.
And you might be the prophet, right? That can't you can't exclude you from being that prophet either, right?
And that's a great idea point. But what I also would interject is how the concept, right, of this prophecy concept, it really goes back to being influenced by a supreme intelligence outside of oneself. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that's kind of like what gets all the credit for these people and their ability to tell about things that they quote unquote saw or envisioned or felt and things like that.
Right, because they took it from outside of ourselves, because you seeing outside of yourself. So they said it came from outside of yourself. Your vision came from what's outside of you, but it came from the inside of you. Like, we all know that. They gonna always tell you that the vision. He had the vision. You got the vision. Literally, bro. It's all in you, bro. They can they can say anything, right? But regardless of who they was, right? Peter was an I. Peter considered himself as I. This is why I seen this. Or I told you this, and it was me, him, we, I, ed, there or they, thee or they. It's who you are. You the little man on the cross. You are that T and that little I, man.
And
You
I'll have to
are the
bring
little
up
I and the
again
T.
to what you said, to be technical, man. Just we can have fun here. Like for Peter, for example, since you said Peter, like everybody, like it's a possibility, right, that all personalities and mind states are mentioned at least once in the Bible through one character or another. And the character you spoke on now, Peter, he denied Christ 3 times, right? And it's like a whole little personal conflict that happens because of that. You know what I mean? And it's like when you know the story, regardless if knowing the story kind of gives you insight on these different angles that's touched on here and there, because these are different peoples. Like Peter he denied Christ 3 times, and Judas sold him out for silver and hung himself. Like, it's like, I don't know, man. It's interesting on the character tips. So it's like, if you want to say we are all the same and one and the same, then those versions are they failed, or they came short, and we hear the stories about that. And hopefully in this life now, a person will hear that and don't follow that path, because it don't sound too good.
Well,
I
even
know, because that's what they painted the picture. Listen, if I'm already painting the picture and I'm gonna put uh you remember Into Deep, right? Into Deep with LL Cool J. They had God playing this bad situation, but he was still playing the picture of God. Now they could paint penny pictures. They tried to paint the picture that the devil was so evil, and and God told you don't do all of these evil, right? But still in all, everywhere in the Bible is where God is doing everything that He told you don't do. That was evil, killing man, judging man, everything that He said that thou shalt not do, He was able to do. And not only that, He told you that you had to believe in Him and that He can do it to you. So what kind of sense does this make when they tell you not to do something
Well,
that
well,
no
well,
one
not
else
just
should be
that.
doing it, but God
The,
doing it?
the serpent didn't beguile nobody. The serpent told the truth.
Well, I wouldn't compare LL Cool J's movie to the Bible, but
absolutely not.
I
I
just use that
mean,
because it's just
I
a
understand what
character.
you're
All they
saying.
did is put a name, because they can put it like every story. I don't care. Let's throw the Bible out the book. Let's throw the book out the. Let's throw Bible out of all the other books, because every kind of it's books everywhere, and it's characters in books, literally, bro. Literally. Now, whether I put Peter, because somebody had to choose Peter name, bro. Peter was a spelling. John was a spelling. Everything is a spelling. So we are up under a spell that we are under, man. Literally, man. The Bible is a book full of stories, a book full of spells. Spells is books. Words are spells.
And when
So we are
people
up
when
under the
people are
spell.
literate
Only
in
way
the
to
scriptures,
unveil the
it's
veil,
interesting.
right?
It definitely
Yeah,
is.
because only way to unveil the veil is to be able to unveil the spell.
Well, brother, look,
Okay,
this
that's
I will
fine.
have to say this. Excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. Go ahead.
Oh no,
No,
you didn't cut me off, dog. Go ahead, man. I've been in running. Go ahead, you got it. Go ahead.
This is what I was gonna say. Out of you said that the Bible, everybody don't understand, or most people haven't read the Bible. And if they look at the Bible from a different point of view, the Bible is the only book on earth that has prophecies being fulfilled. Even Muslims, they will tell you they have to believe in the first 5 books of Moses. That's the only way they get their validity. And Deuteronomy 18, where I just came out, what I just read, Deuteronomy 18 and 19, they said that that's Muhammad. Muhammad came 700 years after Christ, and before they even before Persian before Islam came around, they was dealing with Persian mythology. The Bible is the only book right now, and I can read Matthew 24, where Christ was giving out prophecies that was to happen. He said, "You will hear wars and rumors of wars. You hear about a war on terrorism, war on drugs. You hear different rumors of wars. He said it's going to be earthquakes in diverse places. If you look up today, how many earthquakes today? I bet you was over 150 earthquakes today. That's not being reported. So the Bible is true. In Revelation 16-12, it talks about the Euphrates River drying up. If you go look up the Euphrates River drying up and go look at the images, the Euphrates River is dried up just about. So
Hey, listen, because it always been dried up. It's always dry rivers and it's always wet rivers. It's always high, low, and low valleys. It's always creeks and peaks and crevices no matter where you go. In your brain, it is dry valleys, whole high valleys, dry rivers. You got to understand there's cracks and crevices in your body. Literally, veins, death, all of this going on. Your body is roaring, collision, because this is things that's going on. You got to understand right now where you at personally, right? It might be daytime, nighttime, but somewhere it's snowing, somewhere it's raining, somewhere it's thundering, somewhere it's shiny, somewhere it's cloudy, somewhere it's night, somewhere around, somewhere it's going down, literally. So that ain't nothing new. We all know it ain't nothing new under the sun.
But I'll tell you what, though, Huey, like there's a lot of books out there, like you said, but like this brother just said, there's things talked about from thousands of years ago that are actually very active right now. Unlike
everything is active. If I said it was 10,000 though, Squid, what is 10,000 years from now? How far did you come after Christ? If they was able to prophecy, look, they talk about Revelations, right? In Revelations, you said you can go to the book where they talking about all of the where they talking about the judgment. This is where we should go, where they talking about all the judgment and everything that is going on, right?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's
so in Revelations,
talking about God and how
in Revelations, though, Squid.
Go ahead, finish.
In Revelations, if we in the last days and times, this is why I be telling people the book Revelations is the last book, right?
Right?
Yeah. So in that book, right, the end of time, that is the end of time, but that is the ending book. It's the beginning to that book. And then it's an ending to that book as well. See, the ending just ended. It didn't have a beginning to the ending. The beginning was the beginning and the ending was the ending. You hear me? So how they gonna have a whole book with all these different books and get to the ending book and say this was the beginning of the ending, and then you still got to go through that before you get to the ending. The ending just ended. Literally, it ended. So that's another story and another tale in yourself because you're still chasing the tail. The tail is what you're chasing.
I don't think you're gonna like this, but really, I think the prophecy was about 0 point. And you know what I mean? The concepts that rule over that real life concept in our experience. But I wanted to go back to when you were saying.
Let me not cut you off, but let me ask you that: if it was 0 point, why didn't they just say 0 point? Why did they have to put it in a pair of bows, or everything was in a pair of bows? Why did they talk to you in a pair of bows? You know,
brother,
maybe that was early version of rap and some shit. You know, hip hop or some fuck. I don't know. It is what it is, but. Let's talk about.
See, but Squid, when you do that, right? Because we don't know, Squid.
Why they spoke that way? They didn't speak the way we do today.
If you do that, though, Squid, you saying that we don't know. It could be whatever, right?
I didn't say it could be whatever.
The same thing, the same language, the same English, the same.
Tell you why they didn't use the actual term 0 point like we do today, and I don't really see how it matters if we can still link those things up together. You know what I mean? There's a lot of ways, a lot of words.
Yeah, that's understood. But I'm saying is the story came from inside of you, those Squid. Anything that you had, or you know all of this, literally, bro, because you was the only one who can live and go through it. So what they did is just took something that was already out and just start putting together a spin. It's just like this, right? If you change up the order, right? First of all, you changing up the order of things. That's what chaos came out of. Because if you take everything out of this original state, is that not chaotic?
Not necessarily.
But I would say that's chaotic. If you take everything out of its original form and state, that's just like how they did us while we get to the 0 point. Because if you take us from 0 to 9, and then you never show us the 0 first, then you show us the 1 through 10, and then you got us trapped in between 2 1s, and before we ever seen a 0, that's the mystery. Then that's the mystique. That's where the mystery come in. So if I started the alphabet at the beginning and went A B C D E F G, and then I start putting everything, I've never started nothing like that again because I switched everything else. I started the story that N. I started with an I and an N, where it didn't start with that. They said the alpha was the beginning and the ending. The alphabet and beginning with the A and the ending
Okay,
with a
I
Z.
got you. All right,
You,
I got you. Check this out. What I would say to that is, you said taking something out of its original state into something else might be considered chaotic. But what I would beg to differ about is, you have a word called order. And in the order of things, if things happen in the order, it's not for everyone to have to know what the order is for it to be order. You know what I mean? It could just be
yeah,
something.
but how are we going if they putting this order in because they giving us orders? They trying to
Who's
make us
they though?
follow the order. So
Wait,
how you gonna follow the order if you don't know what it is? They got to tell you what the order is, right?
order happens in nature.
What I'm saying is, if nobody tell you the order that you're supposed to go in, you just gonna go with the flow of things. Just like you just start crawling, nobody told you that you had to go through that order, that you had to go through crawling to walk. You feel
Well,
me?
you're
But
gonna do your best.
you
You're gonna do your
automatically,
best. You're gonna do your best. A person might be like, I don't know what to do about getting this money. And the way they think might be their order of things is to rob somebody, right? You
which
know,
is chaotic, right? But it's their order though to
not
get what they want in order to get what they
not
need.
trying to be, nobody want to be chaotic. They try their
But
best
they
to
don't know
be
what chaos is. You wouldn't know what chaos is without order. Without chaos, you wouldn't have no order. Without order, it wouldn't be chaos. The same thing like black and white. Without the dark, you
fine.
wouldn't have no light.
That's fine.
That's
And you know
true.
what? Order and chaos. I mean, the chaos part is also prophesied.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's why these scriptures is so strong, because there are things that people learn about on their own without having no biblical literacy, and it falls in order to what was prophesied about, as far
So
as it is actively going on. You know what I mean?
that means that you're gonna go through some shit to get to some shit, right? But you got to give credit to everything outside of you about the shit you're going through. Literally, you got to give the good to something outside of you and the bad to something outside of you. So where do you lay at? Because on the outside of you, right, the things that you're doing is good. It goes to God, and the things that you're doing and you fall in the order. But other than that, you are doing evil and what Satan told you to do. So where do you lie at in this choice? Because you in tug of war between the good and the bad. So you are
Yeah,
in
but
the neutral place. You are what I would call the others. If you got the Democratic and the Republic Party, you got the positive and the negative.
Okay, we
Then you
call
got
that
the
purgatory then. You're in between heaven and hell. One foot
right.
here,
You
one
in
foot
between
there.
heaven and hell. So
So we can call that
right. You
purgatory.
stuck in between the rock and the hard place. Yes, you stuck in
Giraffe,
between the
brother
rock and the
Giraffe, what's
hard
your
place.
thoughts on that?
Okay, and let's build on that. If a person is in purgatory or in between, it's teachings out there that suggest that it's best that you do good, because if you don't, sin lieth at the door. So would you go out your way to do bad because it's an option, or would you go out your way to do good because you know it's the right thing to do?
Okay, so good for us, right? Is breaking down the truth, but it's bad to them that we breaking down what they saying. So it ain't gonna be good for them. So like if I'm telling people right now, it's a good thing that y'all should stop accepting money because the only reason that we giving money have any power because we give it. So it'd be a wise thing that we stop even giving no power. That's the same thing as the devil. If the devil only has power because we're giving it to him, why not just stop giving them the power and stop dealing with it? See, people don't want to
Yeah,
do
I
that
feel
because
you.
they're
See
gonna think
now,
it's
see now, when you
That's
incalculable.
start
good,
talking
Huey.
about money, Huey,
That's very
when you
good.
start talking about currency, I feel people haven't matured that much. People are still using money every day, even to run the service and the streaming platforms that we are on right now, just to do everyday things, simple things. We're using currency. So I'm not going to say that we have the power to the currency, but the currency has power over us because it's something that we have to use.
Yes, yeah, because it's power though, Lindsay. You're right. Current is something that we gotta use, and and they utilizing your current for some fake current. They giving you fake paper when paper can't do nothing that you do. Like literally, the
But
currency
but
that
but
you are
but this
being
paper can
utilizing that you
get
will
us
always
anything,
use
man.
is you.
This paper
No,
can get
before paper. Listen, before you had paper though, Lindsay. Before you had paper, you was literally getting anything
people
because
was
you didn't know
trading,
how to
people was
go get no
trading,
paper.
it was barter.
My point. So you was trained to use that. Now, if you train your brain to think something else, is that a good thing or a
But
bad
it's
thing?
not gonna work
Because
in
it's
this
better that you.
society we living in. Listen, I'm in
Why?
North Carolina, you in Georgia. We gonna
Brother,
have to
you are
use currency, brother.
brother,
No, we
you
don't.
are
Ourselves. The only currency that you have to use literally is
Ah,
you. This is why I told people, like,
oh
check this out.
man.
Let me show you something real quick, Lindsay. Right now, if we turn off all the lights in your house, right, your house would be dark, right? And that's
Facts,
current,
facts.
electricity,
Yeah,
right? Right?
yeah.
But it's a fact that if you go outside, it's always going to be light. So where does that current
Not
come from? That
necessarily.
current, listen,
Not
that moonlight
necessarily.
and that sunlight is always going
Not
to be outside.
necessarily.
It's listen, bro, necessarily, right? Because you never been without dark and light. You always been around dark and light. Meaning no matter if it's light, it's always been a shadow around, or when it's dark, it's always been light. You have never been without dark and light, bro. Literally. You have never experienced life without dark and light, bro.
I
That's
get what you're
energy.
saying, but we still gonna use currency. We still gonna use money. People gonna use it every day. You gonna, and
That's
I'm pretty
because
sure you gonna use it also.
no, because that's what they got us choose to use is
Ah,
that
man,
fake
see, I
currency.
can't.
You got to realize without currency, right? Can you get water? Can you get water without currency?
where at, brother?
What you out the air, sweat. Even if you don't go get listen. Even if you don't go to your faucet and turn down the water. Listen, man. Let me hear y'all out. Let y'all hear me. If your body can produce water, do you gotta have electricity to produce liquids, void, water, space? What you talk about? Water, sweat, tears, pee literally
Brother,
comes from inside of you and me. They can't stop that. You don't need to pay no dollar for no electricity to have that electric, to have
Yes,
that
you
currency
do.
flowing through
If
you,
you
bro.
are in an
No, you don't.
occupied property
Oh my God.
that
You
you
telling me
are
that a
renting
bomb,
or own or
listen,
paying
Lindsay, a
mortgage
bomb,
on, you will need electricity. Oh, oh, where
brother,
you go? Don't drop off, Huey. Come back, Huey. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't.
brother
Yo,
Dojo,
anybody else want to express their sentiments on the currency
but
issue or any other
brother,
subject matters that you was building on? You can unmute your mic.
I mean, I don't know.
Giraffe
We kind of
Dojo,
went
True.
somewhere. We kind of went a couple of places on that. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Yeah.
brother Dojo, you got something you want to say, brother?
Oh no, sir, man. I'm listening. It's something.
I
I'm enjoying your
I just
conduct too, man. It's all good.
I
Shout out
just
to
want
everybody. Shout out to Huey P. Where you at, man? Rest Squid and all y'all.
Yeah,
What
Huey,
up?
come back in here, man. I
What's
wasn't trying to
good?
I
run
What's
you
just
off,
want
good?
brother.
What's
You know it's
good,
all
I
y'all?
just
love, Huey. We got to get
You
Huey
too,
back
brother.
in here,
Phone
man.
probably
Where
died or
that
some
weed
shit.
at,
You
baby?
know?
yeah, but
What up?
all I was
True,
saying
what
was
up?
this. What
Yo, what's good?
the brother
Peace,
was
brother.
saying was this what the brother was saying, man. He was saying that, what I was gonna tell the brother is your body is made up of 60% water. So I mean, the
But
brother
you
was
can't
saying
use that 60% to
no,
facilitate everyday
no,
things, man. You still need water
exactly,
outside of that 60% to keep your body going.
exactly,
Right, you gotta
exactly,
replenish
and
that water. The sources gotta be
Fact,
replenished from somewhere.
fact.
What's
exactly.
good though, everybody, man? You know, I just jumped on this shit.
Yo,
Knowledge
I
Dojo,
appreciate you coming in
Red
too.
Squid. Yeah, man, just got
Peace,
back from
yo.
Root Chris and shit. So you know, man, I'm full, I'm ready, locked and loaded. What the brother that you said that's up under the understanding and shit that wanted to get
Yo,
up
that's
here?
brother Giraffe right there, man. He's right there at the top.
Oh, hey, how
How
you
you
doing,
doing, brother?
brother?
That's
Pretty
Brooklyn,
good,
I'm
brother.
pretty
good.
good, man.
That's
Yeah,
got
yeah.
yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
Yeah, the
brother
brother
Red,
he had called me before y'all did the show, told me that you was up under the understanding, you had some truth you wanted to get out in the air and shit. So, I'm here, man. But
yeah,
I'm gonna mute my mic,
all
let you
praise.
go and get to it, brother. All praises.
What? Well, just like Red Squid, but me and brother Red Squid was on about the same thing, but I wanted to let you know he would be back. But yeah, according to the Bible, And I understand what Huey P saying. How do we know what's good or what's bad? What understanding? Where do we get that good and bad concept from? The world get the good and bad concept from the scriptures. Even in the law book, you got some laws. Some of the laws that we go by that's good come from the Bible, and that the punishment comes from the Bible as well. How we know what's good, what's bad? Even time. Time is created off of Christ. You got BC. What BC stand for? What AD stand for?
Before Christ, after death. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly. So even time lets you know that. See, a lot of what the problem is, a lot of our people, we just don't, we look, like I said, they point at the white man and try to say, the white man gave us this, the white man gave us that. And I understand why. You know what I'm saying? It's all a delusion that came from the devil. But I know a lot of people that say that the white man, I don't want to deal nothing with the Bible, it's the white man's book, but they'll go out here and celebrate Christmas.
Yeah, it's a pagan holiday.
Yeah, they'll celebrate Christmas, Easter, 4th of July. I mean, even if let's just say 4th of July.
Thanksgiving, that's some of the worst shit to celebrate. Thanksgiving, the day that they slaughtered millions of motherfuckers and kicked it off. Like, yeah, I'm with you on that, bro. I'm riding with you.
Yes, but they think that's a good thing to do, though, y'all. Not to cut y'all off, but they think that's a good thing that we doing to go celebrate Christmas. Let your daughter sit on a random man's lap and things of this nature. I gotta argue with my people about that shit right now. Like, why would you go take my daughter to go sit on some random man's lap who don't know him, who want kids to come sit on his lap all day? Pedophilia. Literally.
I agree.
And I'm riding with you on that one right there. You damn right about that one, bro.
I agree. I agree with that too. But let's go a little bit further. Why would we celebrate it, period, when it's not true?
Facts.
You understand what I'm saying?
I think
that's what religion would do, my G. That's what religion did, though. That's why we celebrate it.
You know what's even more crazy about it, though, is that it's some people that be knowing that and they don't want to celebrate it, but they feel bad if they feel like they don't want their kids to be left out, not knowing that, your kid might be hurt from being left out. But over the long run, you actually saving it because you can't be
gonna be thinking about that shit, man.
But that's what they promoting to the kids.
That's
so
that's
it's like that's the excuse. Pretty much right.
I mean, because before I think it was 1580 something. It was January 6th was Christmas, right. And that was before they switched from the Greek. Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar.
What's crazy though? What's crazy though, bro? That you just said that is I just found out something today while I was at Roof Chris. Russia banned Christmas back in like the 1940s and shit. They just started
North Korea did too. North Korea
and they celebrated on January the 6th or the 7th. That's crazy you said that, bro. But keep building.
Yeah. Just like in Canada, they don't celebrate Thanksgiving around the same time that America celebrates Thanksgiving, man. It's on a different day. But the whole point of the situation is what I was saying was it's all pagan. They was dealing with another god.
And these whole concepts that are quote unquote pagan, these are talked about. Like these things are talked about. Like there was warnings that shit like this will go on. And when you get down to who they are also talked about, prophesied about. You can literally follow the lineage of who they are.
Who's that, Red Squid?
Yes.
What's up, Cook?
Yeah, what's good, bro? Like, yeah, you dead on the head. I just want to make sure I got the name to the person who talked.
Oh yeah. What's up? I thought you was Cook. What's good?
Nah, what's good, bro?
Chilling.
So, what I was want to say is, okay, us as people, as black people, right? What laws and statutes? What laws are we going to follow for us as a community, for us to to better ourselves?
Well, to be honest, bro, if I can speak on that. That's the problem why we going through what we going through now. If people is under that understanding, it's people that don't deal with the Bible, and that's cool. But to the people that do, the reason why we under these spells that we under is because we didn't follow this law, statutes, and commandments. That's the sin. In the Bible, it tell you what the sin is. Sin is not, oh, I feel bad, I'm talking to you bad, is exactly what it says. It's transgression against the law. So in order to not be transgression and not sinning, you got to follow the law. But at the same time, when you look at those laws from a moral perspective, even if you don't fuck with the Bible, let's just put them laws out there. If we followed that as a people, we will be so well better off, because it teach you how to, it don't necessarily teach you, it just basically reinforce on how you should interact with your people. You feel me? And also interact with the strangers as well too.
People, period. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely. So, I think that honestly, if it was up to me, I think that for the most part, people should try to follow all. But to the people that don't, subscribe to that, like, that's cool. I respect that. But if you just look at the laws and the moral concept behind it, it'll make people we'll be better off as a people on interacting with each other than we are today when you look at it on the global scale. People is at war everywhere.
Yeah, I was throwing that out there for people who
Hey,
don't deal with
what laws you talking about though? What laws you talking
Well,
about though? Truth, because the law, not they law, because there's only one universal law, is to do unto others as have you will have them doing to you. The laws that they got us living by today, say driving. Driving ain't no law. Life's a citation or a code that they got you going by law.
Huey,
that's what I'm saying. So like,
yeah, that's not what I'm talking about, Huey. Those are
I know. I'm just saying. My point is all laws, though. When you talk about law, you got to deal with all law. Literally, you got to deal with all law. Because you tell people that we follow.
I'm not talking about man law. If I could be more clarified on it, I'm talking about the laws of God, on how we supposed to interact amongst each other. Yeah, how
that's why I said laws. That's why I said which laws, though. You got to realize which laws, because it's still dealing with the laws of God, right?
Right.
The laws of God said, "Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not do none of these above." Right?
Well, honestly,
those were the major.
I mean, honestly, that's what it's saying, but it doesn't really say that when you go back to the original scribe. It just say, don't kill, don't steal, don't, no adultery, don't sleep with your brother's wife. Like, me and you tight, nigga. I shouldn't be sleeping with your wife. You feel me?
That's the law, right? That's the law. That's what I'm saying.
That's a law. And basically, it's a universal law, like how you say, is do on, whatever you do to somebody, more than likely it's going to come back to you. So basically, all those laws really do is just reinforce it, but break it down into fine detail so that it ain't no discouraged about what the universal law is and, what scapegoated or not. So it just basically reinforced what you should already know inside, So it's not like it's really teaching you.
Right, but
it just basically reinforces it.
My thing is this, though. So, but when you say those things, right? When you say those type of things, and then you're talking about following God's law, right?
Yes.
Yeah, God's law.
God's law. God is the nigga. God is the nigga who said that you shouldn't do it. Not only did God say that you shouldn't do it, he already put it there and knew that you was gonna do it. Literally. So how he gonna tell you not to do something that's already operating, that he set in plan? He set in motion that the land was eating the land, and that the air was giving you air, and you was giving it back. It was an even exchange of share. Literally. Right. That's what they would say, that he or it, whatever it is. Don't let me say he, but he or it, whatever God is, the creator, right? Brother, he made that law, bro, and all of this operation is going down. So how he gonna tell you not to eat, right? Or that thou shalt not kill it, when you gotta kill to eat?
Brother, if you go back and look at the original translation, it's not killing, it's murder, brother. Unlawful murder.
It's a way you could definitely super complicate things, and then kind of like mix the whole bag up. Like, for example, in the story, right? The story of a brother killing another brother. You know what I mean? Literally. Like, it's like the concept that God is an external force as well as an internal one, and it manifests on how it's like, did God tell Cain to slay Abel?
No,
he didn't. But that's the choice he made. And so people make their choices and become closer or further away from the supreme intelligence. It's based on what you do with your options. You know that there's options. You know that there's multitude of abilities and avenues to take. But if you don't learn, or you don't know, or you don't heed to what you're taught, then you're susceptible. Anyone is susceptible for doing wrong or not knowing consequence. And this is why we teach our kids anything.
Exactly.
And it's something like that when it comes to what
I agree with that. I agree with that, Squid. But at the same time, though, if you telling your kids not to do one thing and then it was because he told you to do it. He only gave you the choice. Even if Cain chose to do what he did not God know that he was going to choose it? When he gave it, he was the all-knowing. He already seen it. That's why he gave him the two choices. Not only that, he knew that Abel was going to do whatever he did to make Cain want to kill him. So the Abel bait Cain into killing him. Like literally, they came to what God had him here to do was to send him his son.
I think you asked why God watched that shit happen and not stop.
Right?
Yeah, because if he the all-knowing, because if he already knew and he could see everything, did God not know what Cain was gonna do? And then
tell you, God don't want to inflict his influence to the point to where he got robots as children.
Exactly.
He wants people that make the choice, that have the belief, and things like that. Because when the people choose away from the most,
but then though, hey Squid, when you say that though, he give you free will to do your choice though. So how he gonna condemn you for the choice that you choose? When he don't want you to be a robot.
It's easy.
Listen, if you didn't want me to be a robot, listen, bro, if you didn't want me to be a robot, why give me right or wrong? And then you gonna tell me you gonna give me eternal fire for choosing this?
Because you were given the choice to choose, and if you choose eternal fire, that's you and not me, motherfucker. It's like that. There's a lot of people out here. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people out here making choices, yo.
So if the sun chose to be on fire and be the hottest thing in the sky, how we not following fire?
I don't know who the fuck chose that.
Just go knowledge.
And if that's even a damn choice, because
is the sun in the sky not hot? Hold on, is the sun in the sky not hot?
Hey, before we go somewhere else, I just want to build on what Squid was saying, and just to basically like, I don't know, smooth the peanut butter on the bread. I guess he dropped the peanut butter on the bread, so I'm just smooth it out. But basically it's like this, and to the point that he said about the robots. Now God shows you, what the creator showed what is expected of his chosen people on how to carry themselves in life. You're supposed to be above the bullshit that everybody else doing. That's why the creator chose these certain people. You feel me? And the thing is, this is what I want you to do. I'm not going to hold your hand and force you. I showed you what I want you to do, but at the same time, I showed you.
I'm gonna let you choose for yourself.
I showed you the wrath of what I would do when people don't heed to what is supposed to be becoming above you, even to the other nations, because you got to remember, he didn't always destroy the other nations that came to Israel. It was a nation that repented as a whole, and he stopped the wrath that was going to come be on a God that he was going to put up on them for fucking with the Israelites. You feel me? So it's it's not like a computer chip where, I go in the word, I turn on the computer, it already know what to do. It's already set in place. We know what we're supposed to do. Now it's on us to live and act, because how are you living and acting genuinely on how you're supposed to be if you're forced to do it every day? I want to see it being instilled in you to the point that it's just a natural instinct to just already know.
Like second nature.
I concur. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
But that's a great way to put it. But when you put it that way, the rotation and the system is operating on a give and take situation. Now, that's like creepers and germs. Your body, your sperm, shit that you eat and come through your body. This is an operation. Destroy, rebuild, replenish. This is what's going on naturally, bro. So what I'm asking you is, right, brother Hugh, what I was saying was, us as a people, as black people or certain people, how could we come together? For instance, a Muslim in the Quran, it says it's okay for men to beat their wives. How can me and a Muslim, when the Bible said love your wife like Christ loved the church, how can me and a Muslim come together in the same community and think it's okay? Why would I give my daughter to a Muslim?
Right. Hey, can I ask you a
Okay,
better?
cool.
Can
I answer that?
Could we put a better
Can I
question
answer that
to
real
that?
quick?
Go ahead, Huey.
Go
This is
ahead,
where-
brother. Go ahead.
This is where the spells come in at, because beat was a spell, right? Your
Brother.
wife had a heartbeat in her. She already got a beat in her. It's a rhythm of the beat. What is the
We
beat?
talking,
Hold on, check
brother,
this out.
Oh,
Hold
shit.
on, let me just tell you this. Hold on, let me just say this real quick. Because y'all
Go
got to
ahead.
realize the Bible,
Boy.
the Quran, the Torah, they already said that it's talking in parables. So as a parable, right? Hold on, let me tell you this. We got breakfast, right?
Right.
It got break in it, right? Break ain't like slow down. Breaks, grinding, break or beat, right? Beating can be the heartbeat. When I'm beating on something, that ain't mean that I'm beating it up to class. Look, I might be beating my wife up if I'm banging on her pound, trying to put me a child inside of her. That's what you call I'm beating up the womb. So what if they were talking about it was right for you to beat up that smash and they didn't
But
they
they
didn't know the
wasn't.
words to say it like that?
Well,
They
Huey,
wasn't,
you know,
though.
one,
But
bro.
they
I'm gonna
wasn't,
say it
though.
like this,
That's
though,
not.
bro.
That's not.
To,
That's
Go
to the
ahead. Go ahead, Truth. What you about to say,
to
Truth?
the statement that the brother said, like I agree with him. Why would I give my daughter away to a Muslim? One, the main reason why I'm gonna be like, why would I give my daughter away to a Muslim? I'm gonna ask this Muslim the same question. If the whole book of Surah in the Quran, from chapter 9 all the way to chapter 132 and even beyond that, speak about the special covenant between the Israelites and God, why wouldn't I want to try to find out if I'm an Israelite or not? Because clearly this covenant is between them two. So that's why I won't follow the Quran in the first place, you know. But then he right, they have some extremist views about beating their women and shit, even though they try to push it up under the rug. But he right, like I won't want to give my daughter away to no shit like
Hey,
that. You
look,
feel
that's
me?
no different than a Hebrew Israelite. The Israelites think the same shit. What I'm
No.
telling you is,
I haven't
like,
seen that.
We
No.
got
hold
an
on, listen,
Israelite
like
on the
Squid
panel.
told me that.
We got an
Hold on,
Israelite on the
it's
panel
like
right
Squid
there.
told me. It's like if Squid told me that they was talking about 0 point, but they didn't have the words to utilize 0 point. That they were just using the allegory or the rhythm that they had
Right.
then. What if beat is just like the Big
Brother.
Bang? What if they weren't talking about the Big Bang or no gang banging, no shooting, no bang banging? They was talking about the class of the 0 and the 1, the class of the positive and the negative that you had to be on the ground, literally.
And that's
You
why I
gotta
was
beat your
finna.
wife up. You gotta beat your wife up because it's about a positive and a negative combining. So you gotta clash with your life to create life. You
And
gotta
that's
clash with your other
That's why I
side to
was finna,
create life.
that's why I meant
Literally.
to get at with you about that, about the wordplay. I got kind of thrown off with the Muslim passing the door off, but you gotta also understand this though too. That one, we've been taught this book from a religious standpoint to the point that motherfuckers is really not reading the book because the shit that the religious people is spewing out there to the public is not even in the book. When you read
No.
the book is
Yeah.
direct, but this is another thing though. It has been translated. And one thing that me and Huey definitely agree on, that this English language is a spell game. So the fact of the matter that it's been translated, you got to be able to go back to the original text in the original language. So even if you don't know that language, you need to get up with someone that does know that language so you can see what words are really put in these locations in this Bible and what the true meaning is. Just like world in the
Hey, that was
Bible,
dope, bro. You said that
Hey,
shit dope, bro.
you feel me?
hey,
And
Hey, guess
world
what the
like world in the
trans is,
Sharab,
though?
Bible, bro, have
what book is
multiple
that you
meanings.
holding up right now, Sharab?
That's called the Strong's Concordance. Everybody know that the Hebrew,
Well, if you
the,
can expound on that a little bit.
the Old Testament was written in Hebrew.
Facts,
For they
not
paleo,
Aramaic.
no, not Arabic. And the reason why Aramaic and Hebrew is so close is because the Arabic people, they come from Abraham. That they are Ishmaelites.
Facts.
That's what they was Hebrews. Just like I said, Abraham was a Hebrew.
And,
Isaac,
and
right?
Aramaic and the Aramaic language was a language of trade too. It was something
So
that each
how does
language
this
could come
Bible
together
tie
to be
into
able
all
to
that?
trade.
So
Well, This is a dictionary, more of a dictionary. You can go look into the Hebrew and see which word was there first. So the King James Version Bible is the one closest to the translations,
I like this brother right here.
and then all of them. Then you go into the New Testament, it was more Greek found than Hebrew. There was Hebrew found, but it was more Greek intact. So you go ahead, you look into the Greek in the back of this book. It has the Greek definition and it explains it. And so you'll know which the original.
He's speaking and he got his sources with him.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
that's
man,
cool.
man, this brother.
Yo, I want to say something.
I appreciate you, Sharaf, coming on too, brother. Really do.
Yeah,
I want to.
I'm glad. I'm kind
man.
of mad I got in kind of late, man. I wish I could have got in earlier with the brother because I like the fact that not only is he saying what he's saying, but he got his sources with him while he's speaking. To back
what book is that, brother?
And speaking, you know what?
Hey, listen, bro. I like that too, but outside of that book, though, he was the only source that he needed. He was the source that led him to that. He the source that is coming through. He the only source that had ever been in. Literally, he led himself to that. He had to put that inside himself and install it in himself. It's a download. You had to upload that installation for yourself. You always was the source. How you gonna take? Listen, man. Brother, you are the sorcerer. You are the true source, man. They don't. They want you to go. They want us to go outside. This is what they want to. Hey, listen, y'all. Let me just say this one thing, and I'm gonna be done. I tell y'all, like that was a beautiful book. Look how big that how big that book was that he had. Right now, if you put the Bible on top of that, you put the Quran on top of that, bro. You can still stand on top of those books, and they won't be bigger than your book. When you look inside of you and start reading the pages of you, you don't have no else book. Right. Mic drop,
brother.
But you know what, bro? Ain't nobody disagreeing with you on that, Huey. But at the same time, though, you know, we've been so beat up and disorganized mentally that even though this stuff is inside of us and we know it, it takes something to spark it. And these sources help you to be able to tap back into the knowledge that you already got up in you that's been diluted with all the poison and bullshit that you've been fed ever since a child. Not only you, but your parent and your parents, because we all know shit passed down genetically through DNA. So you feel me? That's all they doing is just lighting back up the
So all of these books been passed down to you. All the books been passed down to you, though, right? True. You know what I mean?
What?
True.
Generation after generation.
You the sorcerer,
generation after generation, it been already passed into you through your DNA. That's why your DNA is where all the sources at. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It was always inside of you. Your people took you, see what it was, right? We was put up under the spell so you had the wool over your eyes, bro. They pulled the veil up over your eyes when you came back. So you had to start, when you start walking around in the world, you start peeping out the curtains. It's like you walking around the world and you opening up the curtains.
What's right and what's wrong. You know, we could just nip all that shit in the butt right now. You stand on all the books you want, and then you the source. But does that give you the right to do right or wrong or both of them? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know, there's people out there that really are consider themselves sorcerers on the whole other angle. Yeah. And they read a whole bunch of bullshit and work a whole bunch of crafts and magic. But
they're not
right.
Magic box.
They're not right. As a matter of fact, they ops for real. They are the opposition.
But they right for themselves though. They doing it because they think that they right in yourself. So it's not gonna be a right. That's what I'm saying. Every time you do it right, it's gonna be a wrong.
When you say they're doing it because
they right for themselves. But at the end of the day,
let Squid finish though.
They're doing it because of their belief, right?
If two people believe right,
let Squid finish.
If two people say they right, ultimately, and they on opposition ends of the field, ultimately there's going to be someone ain't righter than the other, or someone is completely wrong compared to the right. If they think they right, that don't mean they right. And that's
true.
You can say that this shit can boil down to who really who. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, the occults out there doing all that bullshit, you know, they might think it's right to human traffic and organ traffic and shit like that.
Yeah, sacrifice children.
But
see now people that are anti-cults, they look at it differently. They
That,
they don't
at the end of the
consider it.
day, do we agree with that shit?
Right.
I don't think
And
we do.
I get what you're
Squid,
saying.
and
I don't
Squid
agree
made
with
a
it.
good
You know
point.
what? Hey,
Then it
Look,
ain't right.
Squid made a good point, bro. And this is what it is, and I'm gonna fall back, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, man, but Squid made a good point. If everybody the source, but you got difference of opinion on what is the fact about a certain topic, without sources, you know, both of y'all can't be right. It gotta be a definite answer to whatever y'all looking for. So you
Fact.
need these sources to be able to point and guide you back to where the truth is really at. Because we gotta understand, it is chaos. Even without it being a physical chaos, we are mentally in chaos because shit has not been in order. And the proof of that is that we be on here trying to find truths about shit, and we not the only ones. It's billions of people doing this shit every day. So we are mentally in chaos, and we're trying to find the order back to which we came from. So until then, we have to go checking these sources in order to get the definite answers to some of the questions that we have. And then some of them, we just got to be real about it. It's only going to be a hypothesis for the answer, you know, an educated guess, because we would never know the truth until that time comes. And, you know, I'm going to mute the mic,
Because
my bad.
we are the truth. The time comes when you are the proof, right? Say me and you on the disagreement, and we both pulling on. We in a tug of war match, right? And we both pull, and neither one of us want to give, right? You know where the meeting, point is at when we agree to disagree. It's still an agreement there. It's still always.
But you know what,
It's
though, Henry,
always.
though?
Hold on. It's like this. It's like this, right? Are you right-handed or you left-handed?
I'm right-handed, but I can use both.
So because you're right-handed, does it make it right that we was taught to write? Listen, hear me out before you just say no. All right.
Yeah, my bad, bro.
If you right hand and I'm left-handed, right? Is it correct that I write with my left hand and they taught me to use my right to write? Am I wrong for utilizing my left hand to do what they utilize to call right? So what you're doing is writing, right, with your right hand. Am I lefting?
No. That's why I said no, because I kind of knew that's where you was going with the question. Like, that don't make you wrong or make me right, because I write with my right hand and you write with your left hand.
And we both writing. So we both writing, literally. So how are either one of us wrong?
Right. We not wrong. Yeah. You feel me? But see, with things like that, with questions like that, though, Huey, I understand that. But when we start talking about what I'm talking about is like for earlier, right? Your boy was on your channel saying that Genesis and Revelation is the same book. So I asked him for his sources and his evidence. He said he's going to use the Bible as his source. I said, okay, I agree. We was having a respectable dialogue, but the information that he presented to me did not even spark a light bulb to make me want to go look into the fact that maybe Genesis and Revelation is the same book. I still don't believe that. And when I told him that I respect his conclusion, but that didn't do it for me, your man spazzed out on me. And that's the disagreement that I'm talking about. So who the fuck is right? You know, this is
but y'all was spazzing too, though, in the right form, though. You gotta realize everybody was spazzing on him.
But the thing is, though, bro,
you can't just say that he spazzed because you spazzed as well.
But who answer is right, though? This is what I'm asking. Who answers right? He said
both of y'all was right. Because listen, let me tell you who was right. He was right, and you was right in your eyesight, because you could only one be right in your sight. So it was right for you. Now let me show you how the Genesis and Revelation is in the same book. How they the same book. Because they in the same book, the book called the Bible. So how Genesis, Peter, Matthew, all of this ain't the same book, man.
Bro, we not going on that aspect. That question was not on that aspect of what you saying. I understand that.
Yeah.
We all know what that question was and what that statement he said the other day was from. It wasn't on the basis that they all in the same book. He was saying, and we all know the Bible is consistent of multiple books. He was saying that these are the exact same books, and I just asked for him.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing as him right now. You got listen.
They not the same
Malachi. You got Revelations. You got Psalms. Listen, they're not the same book because they named it. Listen, if I pick up a book right now, check this out.
If they didn't, right? It been the same
listen,
book.
Listen, bro. If they call a chapter
was out before the New Testament even existed. So to say they are the same book
chapters
is something to beguile the people. They're not the same book.
We listening, bro.
Yeah,
So the Quran and the Torah, the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible not the same books.
No,
Absolutely
no,
No, they're
not,
not.
absolutely
They're
not.
not.
They're not.
man.
They're not.
They're
They're
not.
not the same book.
They might be
This is why. This is why we gotta have a.
Listen,
It's a
They're
book.
not the
they
same
might
book.
be
Because
A book is a book,
you gotta
man.
understand that the Bible is not a
Listen,
religious book.
they might be
It's a
holy
book
books
about a certain
to
group of
certain
people
faiths.
and they
not the same
connection
thing.
with the Most High and the blessings that
Look
is
at this,
upon
right?
them. It's a history book and a book of nationality. The Quran is something completely
Look,
different
check
that
this
is
out.
watered
Hey,
down and
hey, bro, can
rewritten
you
from the
put
Bible, bro.
Sharif?
No, I
Can you pull
wouldn't
that
say
book
that.
up that you just
I
had
wouldn't
right there,
say. I
Sharif?
wouldn't
Can you
say
pull
the
that book back
Quran
up?
watered down.
Hey, look, let me just show
All
y'all
right,
something real
maybe
quick.
I
Let
went too
y'all
far,
hear where I'm
but
coming
that's
from.
not the
Look at
same
this
book,
book.
bro.
Hey, look at this book right here, right? Inside this
No.
book right here. That's the name of this book.
That
Hold
still
on, man.
can't justify
Hold on, man.
one book being the same book, Huey.
He's not gonna be able to
Can I just
justify that.
let me prove my point? Can I just prove my point real quick?
Hey,
Inside the
let
Bible,
him prove
right?
his point, because you're not gonna be able to prove that the Quran and the Holy Bible is the same book, bro.
Or
Nah,
Okay,
they're
well
not.
Genesis and Revelation is the same
let me
book.
just say this real quick. Can I just say this real quick then? If I can't prove it, cool. Y'all not gonna agree with it. This is something
Go
that
ahead.
we're gonna disagree upon, right? Because I know that a book was a book. Literally, I don't care what book you read, and a book is a book. This is how I equate things, me personally. So I know that when you
Okay.
go into that Bible, it's called the Holy Bible. The book is called the Holy Bible. When you go inside that book, you can read the index, chapters, pages, paragraphs, sentence. They all inside this one book, literally, bro. You cannot tell me that the books inside the Bible is not the books of the Bible, man.
They're not
They
the
can be the
same. They're
books
not
Yeah,
of
the
the
but you
same.
Bible,
said,
but
see,
that
that's not
doesn't
what
mean
you
they're
said,
all
though.
the
That's not
same
what you
book.
said, though.
That's
You
why
said
they
because
have
they all the
different
same.
names.
Why they not?
Each book has a
They're not
different
the
title.
same
Do
because they
you gotta
all
go?
have different
Listen,
messages.
do you gotta
Man,
go through the Bible? You gotta
But
go through the
they
Bible to
have
get a
different messages,
discernment.
though. But they have different
Oh my
messages,
God.
though.
No matter
They
how
got
you
different
look at
You
it,
messages,
gotta
bro.
go.
each
Hold
book
on.
is
In the beginning of the book, you gotta jump around to get an understanding of the whole book. Do you not have to read the whole book? Do you not have to jump around from Genesis
that
to
doesn't make
Deuteronomy
each
But
to
that's not
that
Psalms?
any
doesn't
That's
book,
true.
though,
make each
Huey.
book in it the
That's
That's
with
true,
any
same.
but
book.
that's in any book, though.
That doesn't make
That
each
is
That's
true,
book
my
but it's in
point.
any
That's it.
book.
And
that's
look,
like
that's in
saying
any
each
book.
chapter
Say that
or
again.
chapter
That's in
is the
any
same
book.
chapter.
That's in any book, man.
But each
Any
No,
book
book.
has its
But that
own
don't make
writings
them the
and its
same,
own.
though.
Each book has its own plot, its
Yeah.
So
own
each page is
perspective,
different.
and it got
Listen,
different.
every paragraph,
It's got a
every
different
sentence got
message.
its own plot.
And
Listen,
another,
every sentence, every paragraph, every word got its own plot, its own
But
thing, its own meaning, its own situation. So you can't, man, go ahead, y'all got it, man.
but
Cause
it
y'all
don't make it.
both,
But it don't
I
make it
mean,
the
make it the
I ain't hear
same.
same.
nobody. I thought you was
No,
just
it
talking
don't.
by yourself, bro. But you know the thing is, though, bro, you gotta also remember that the Bible, these books weren't compiled as one at one point in time. They was individual books.
they
Exactly.
was in
They
scrolls.
They
compiled
were
it
in
as one
scrolls.
book
Exactly.
in 325 AD in the Council of Nicaea, bro. So
Well,
these
somebody
books,
they did it before
Man,
then,
that's
but
what
you're
they,
yeah,
right.
they did it
You're
before
how
as
right.
can you
well. But the
combine
Bible,
You're
all,
right. But
listen, bro.
the Council of Nicaea was the one that
All right,
actually
cool.
the book of Nicaea was a council that got together and they said this is what we finna do, and they comprised it all together. You're absolutely right.
And
Okay,
then,
now check this out. What he just said, right? What if I take all these books right here, right? What if I do the same thing that he did, right? I take all the books that's in the Bible. I take all these surahs out this Quran. I take all these books out this Social Security book. I take all of these books out of this goddamn God, the Black Man, and the Truth by Bean Ami in here. All the same books. I take the Slave Species God's book, right?
And what you
And I
gonna do
put
with the
all of
book?
these books.
What
Hold
you
on,
gonna do with
listen,
the
bro.
book?
Let him finish. Let him
Listen,
finish. Please let him finish.
listen.
He
If I
going
take all
somewhere.
of these books right here, right? And I compile these in a book, and I say, "This is the Holy Bible." Peter wrote this one. This is what Peter said. This is what John the Baptist says. This is what Malachi said. This is Revelation. This is the goddamn book. Now I'm gonna bring all these books together, and I'm gonna put one story from the beginning to the end. How am I have the beginning of the end when this was one book? Genesis was the beginning of the end. So is Genesis the end of
So you
Revelation?
answering your own
And then you got to
question.
hold
So you
on,
know they're
listen.
not the
Before
same book.
Yeah,
You're contradicting
Listen,
your
hold on. Let me
you
just
question.
really
make this
answer
last
your own
point before you
question.
answer.
You
Listen,
contradicting your question, Huey. When
listen,
Yeah.
hear me.
you're proving a point, they're not the same book.
They not the
Listen,
same.
this is my point. I'm trying to show y'all something. Let me just finish my point, bro. All right.
Ahead, bro.
Now, in Genesis, right? Genesis is a whole book from beginning of Genesis to the end of Genesis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Genesis means beginning
Okay.
too.
Right.
Listen, if Genesis is a book from the beginning to the end, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Why the hell do I got to go to Revelations to know the ending of it? If Genesis was the beginning book that God talked about, and then it was the ending of it, is Genesis not the beginning and the end?
Genesis is the lineage, brother. It's the
No,
lineage.
answer my
Is
question.
what
Is
started
Genesis
all
not?
off.
Hold on, man. Before Genesis was a lineage and they had anything else, Genesis was a book by itself. Did the Genesis have a beginning and an end to it, man? Yes or no?
Genesis
Yes, it
and
Yeah,
do,
Genesis
it
has a
man.
had an
beginning
ending.
and
It
end.
had an ending, but the ending is the next
Now,
chapter.
thank you. Now, can we go from there? Because I'm trying to take y'all somewhere. I'm trying to go somewhere. Did Genesis, yes or no? This is a yes or no question, man. Did Genesis not have a beginning and an ending to it?
Yes,
It
yes,
had an
yes.
ending, but the ending was the
Okay.
next chapter. You had to go into the next chapter, and then
Lord
the
have
next
mercy,
chapter, and then
man.
the
Hey,
next
no,
chapter.
no, no, you can't do that, man. Listen,
Yeah,
bro,
you
I'm
can
asking y'all
because
simple
okay,
questions.
how many
Oh my
chapters is
God.
in Genesis? How many chapters? Is there just
Listen, I'm
only one
asking you.
chapter in
I don't
Genesis?
listen, bro. I'm asking you a simple question because y'all told me that each book was a book by itself. This is the reason why I brought out all these different books, man. Can y'all please follow me and be fair so y'all can get an understanding where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
We follow you,
Be
bro.
fair.
Mm-hmm.
I asked y'all simple questions and y'all said yes. So this is where we at. Y'all said that each book was a book of its own, right or wrong.
What we said, what I said was each book is different. They
And
all
y'all said each
different. They're
book,
not the
hold on.
same.
Y'all just literally said that each book was a book by itself and that they was put together. That's the reason why I went and got all the books. Did y'all not just say this, man? If
That's
y'all
not
didn't
Yes,
what
say this,
man.
I'm gonna
Yes,
leave it
that's
sir.
not
You
what
alone.
are
I
talking to them
said.
nice here.
What I said was each book is different, meaning the Bible is different from the Torah. The Torah is different from the Quran. You know what I'm saying? They all
And
different
then
books.
y'all
They
said
all
every
carry.
book in the Bible was
I'm
different. Y'all
saying
just said that every book in the
what
Bible was a different book and that they was put together. Each book in the Bible was an individual book.
that
That's what
that
y'all
is
said. I didn't say it. I
that
didn't say
is
it.
true. That is true. But you gotta
So let
take
me
it to
deal
the
with that
fact.
then. Let me
But
deal
you
with that
gotta
truth
but you gotta
then.
take it to the fact that each book there's another book after that. So if you read one
I
chapter in
understand
Genesis,
that.
you
This is
gotta
why
go
I
to
got
the
other
next
books right
chapter.
here. Listen, hey, follow me, Cook. This is why I got other books right here. Just follow me, man.
Okay.
You
They
just
don't
said that
coincide
each book
together.
got another book that's following it, right?
It
Mm-hmm.
don't coincide together though.
They don't
Listen, man.
coincide
God
together.
damn,
Go ahead.
oh man,
Go
how
ahead,
don't
Huey. Go ahead,
how you
Huey.
gonna tell me this is why I get confusing, bro, to me. Because you gonna tell me that the Genesis had another book that's following it, right? This is the book that's
Yes.
following it. It's another book that's following it, which was another chapter, right? But then you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna say that they don't coincide together. How this book gonna go with this book and it was meant to come after this book if they don't go together?
They
Brother,
don't go
Try to help
together
you
with the
brother out. Let me try to help you out, Huey. Give me a moment, right? Check
No,
this out.
I really want to get to these. Hold on before you do, Squid,
No,
because
because
they
you ain't wrapping shit up. I know what you're gonna say. Let me
they
just give
running in a
me
circle though, my G. You feel me? It's like
10
they running in a
Go
circle,
ahead,
bro.
Squid.
give
Go
me
ahead,
10
Squid.
seconds, and I'm gonna try to address your situation. The Genesis creation story, right? The Deuteronomy and Leviticus is laws, right? And then you go into uh King of Israel,
King.
and then you go into prophets. And these are all stories, right? That coincide
History.
from the beginning on some lineage shit that lead up to the book of
The
Malachi,
end.
right? That talks about the prophet or the coming of a prophet before the end of days. Now,
So Malachi a book,
hold on,
Genius a book, Proverbs a book,
hold on.
Psalms a book.
I'm about to round this
I'm
shit
just
out
following you, right?
in less than 5 sentences. So
Deuteronomy a book.
when we go to the book of Genesis, a prophecy of Christ in the names of those in the lineage from Seth to Noah that prophesied Christ that we hear of in the story found in the New Testament. This is how these pages was even put together that make the sense that they do, regardless of who did it, because these got to deal with prophets, these got to deal with lineage of people with a king, and you know what I mean, and it go all the way back to their creation story. So
listen, that ain't helping my argument though, Squid. Because my argument was this. My argument was this, Squid.
You just picked up to put after one another type shit. You know what I mean?
But if each one is a book though, Squid, because I'm just going off what they say. I'm going off what y'all saying, bro.
Then just replace the word book with scroll, and maybe that will help.
Okay, well, let's use scrolls. Let's use whatever makes you happy. All right? Scrolls. I'm going to replace it with scrolls.
Okay.
All right? And the scrolls, right? At the beginning of the scroll, it was a scroll rolled out, right? At the end of that scroll, it was over, right? Agreed. Now, you might have to pick up another scroll to get the rest of the story, but they said that each scroll was a book, bro. Y'all told me that all of the books in the book were not the same thing, bro. But each one is a book, right? Each chapter in the book or each book in the book had a beginning and an end of the book. Genesis had a beginning and an end to it. Proverbs had a beginning and an end to it. Malachi had a beginning and an end to it. Revelations got a beginning and an end to it. Right?
You all right, even if you want to make it a cookie cutter situation.
That's a yes and no, man. This is if we in truth. Listen, bro, if we in truth and y'all can't agree that Revelation,
the fulfillment of the prophecy in the book of Genesis is
the Revelation, man,
Testament. So what?
Golly.
It's hard to argue.
I don't understand why y'all make this so difficult because I'm trying to get somewhere, and y'all make the question go. Y'all make the argument have to go on longer and longer instead of just being upfront. It's like this. If y'all ask me, Huey, do Genesis got a beginning and an end? Yes.
What's your point? What's your point?
Listen, bro. If you ask me a question, I'm trying to get y'all to follow the point, but y'all can't even be fair enough with the answers.
Fair enough with the answers. What do you? Really
I'm asking you a question, Squid. Listen, I'm asking you a question, Squid. In the beginning, right, of Genesis, is the Genesis? If this was Genesis before they had anything that came after Genesis, no Malachi, no Revelations, none of that, right? Right? Genesis is the beginning. It talks about the story in the beginning, right?
Okay, yeah.
Now, thank you. All right. Now, at Genesis, does Genesis have an end of Genesis? Simple. Before Genesis got to another book, was Genesis over? Did it have an end to Genesis?
There was a point where Genesis was done and Leviticus or Deuteronomy was started. Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you, baby. Thank you. So Genesis stopped and Leviticus and Malachi, everything started after that, right?
According to the composition, yes.
Thank you, baby. So, all right, Genesis got a beginning and an ending. Leviticus had a beginning and an ending. Malachi got a beginning and an ending. We agree, right?
Okay, yeah, I follow you.
Each one of these books are what they would call the story of the Bible. You got to get an understanding of each one of these books to understand the one book called the Bible. Will we agree upon that?
I mean, you can understand scriptures found outside the Bible, but
oh my God, you telling me that I don't have to read the whole Bible to get an understanding of it?
I mean, you could.
Y'all got it, man. I'm done.
You could.
I'm done, man. I am literally done.
I just sat back and listened for like damn near 10 minutes and didn't say shit.
The book of Enoch is not found in the KJV, but the book of Enoch is found in the found in Ethiopia and in the Vatican. So, if you want to be fair, there's scriptures all abound. There's, if they was every scripture or so-called book or scroll that the prophets and the people that was hip to it knew of, then the Bible would be way bigger than it is. There's even parts in the scripture that talk about books that aren't found in the Bible, like the book of Nathan, the book of Mary, things of that nature.
Yep.
So, give your ancestors some credit.
Giraffe, what book is that? That's the book of Enoch. He got the book of Enoch right there.
Yeah, the prophet.
I love that.
Yeah. That's
but
can I say something?
That dude got a lot of knowledge right there.
Can I say something real quick? Because I sat back for 10 minutes and didn't say nothing, man.
Go ahead, bro.
Look, like I hear where he be coming from, And you know, he right. You know, each book does has a beginning and an ending. But the thing is, he was
Yeah,
talking about, so I'm gonna take this book and that book and that book, and that's not how it works. You got to think about it.
yeah, it didn't work like that.
It's books out there that got multiple books that started from the first book that led to the second book that led to the third book that came to the ending book, which help you along the way to follow
And
the
that, and
steps
that's
to
how
get to
these
the
books
conclusion.
do.
So it's like you can't just put a bunch of books of different shit together and think that it's gonna go coincide. All these books in the coincide with each other, just like all the books in the Quran coincide with the fact of following the Prophet Muhammad. All the books in the Bible speaks about the Israelites and the things that they'll go through if they didn't follow what God told them, you know, and so on, where they go from these books to any other books, just like the Harry Potter books, you know. So each book does has an ending, but that doesn't mean that the story ends. That part of
You're
the
right.
story was over with. Now it's on
That's
to
my
the
point.
next,
Now that
and
was
you
what
have
I
to
was
go
trying to make the point
right.
on, bro.
So
That was
that's
my
why,
whole point.
and that's what I'm saying. Like I agree with you when you said I sat back and was quiet because I didn't want to get caught up, you know, because it was just too many voices at the time. So I want to wait
Right.
till I can talk without getting cut off. You know, it's like I was saying, yes, bro, you right. It is a beginning and an ending to every book, but each that doesn't mean the story stop, and that's where it come at with
My
this
point
book. This
exactly. So,
right,
my point. Can I follow that real quick, though,
yeah,
True?
go ahead,
Because
bro.
if we going through Revelations right now, bro.
Right.
This is the judgment. This is the same thing I've been telling people before because their timeline is over on a book. So who we writing the time now?
Right. And the thing is, Huey, with that right there, I agree with you, but this is my perspective on it. Yeah, we are in the end times. And as of right now, the story ends with Revelations. But there will be a new
That's
story that come about when Jesus come back and
I'll
do
read a
what
new
he had to
story.
do.
That's the point, though.
And that's
That's the
what I'm
point.
saying.
You the new
Yeah,
story.
so yeah, you right,
telling
bro.
the untold.
Right,
You telling the untold scrolls right
right,
now. All of the scrolls that they was talking about that was scrolls or chapters or books. We talking them, and
right.
you know who the source is. You the source. That's why they can never write all of the truth because you was
Yeah.
the source. You can only tell your story from your perspective.
But you
I can
remember
tell
what I
your story
said.
a million times, and
But you
when I
remember what
tell
I
it,
said.
if I tell it, listen, hold on. If I tell your story right now, True, right? If
Right.
I tell the story how you came down here, you kicked it with me, how we kicked it, I'm telling the
Yeah,
story
we
of
kicked
truth.
the
And I'm
bobos.
telling
Yeah.
my youth. By time your youth hear my truth from my side of the story and hear it from your side, they're gonna have to put together what both of us saying to be able
Right.
to put together. And the only sources that they're gonna have is what? You and me.
Me. Yeah.
Literally.
And that
Literally,
and
nigga.
can
Not
I
no book.
piggyback
Ain't
off
no
that real
book.
quick?
Ain't
Hey Huey, can I
Listen,
piggyback off
yeah,
that
one
real
more time.
quick?
Let me just say this before I quit, right? Let me just say this, right? Ain't no book right now telling your story unless you attaching that story to you. If you attaching I can go attach the Harry Potter story to me, and that thing
Right.
can apply to me. Literally. So if I go attach any story that a man is putting out there and he was talking from the perspective of the I or the me, you're gonna be able to put your foot in it because you already knew that you only did with the I and the me.
Right.
Literally, because it's a
Harry,
spell that we are up under, man. This spell until y'all can go read the Apocrypha, y'all can read the nigga, go read the
They say
thesaurus, go read
apocryphal.
the
All right, but
dictionary and get
Yeah.
addicted to the
can I
Hey,
Marys.
can I
hey,
piggyback off
how
what he
about
was
this?
Literally,
saying that
go
How
get
about this?
addicted to it.
How about
can I
this?
pick,
What if you heard that your great times 300 grandfather had a vision inspired by the supreme intelligence about the future and things to come to pass? Where's the respect?
and
Where's the respect
Listen,
in
it lies in you.
all this
It's,
shit
hey,
it's what you respect. The
into
respect lies in you. How much you respect
yeah,
your
the
people's
respect
truth.
lies in you?
hey,
Where's your respect for your ancestor? Where's your
hey,
respect for actual?
let me just jump in 1 second to piggyback what he on because it's gonna go to both to even to what you just brought up too, Squid. You feel me? And this the thing right here though, Huey. Like we just said, Revelations is the last book. We in the end times. We know that there's a new kingdom coming when Jesus come back. So of course the story goes on. Revelation is at a standstill right now. We in that part right now. And you asking me like, how we sharing the information about me came down there and kicked it, where's the right as a collective whole, how this book, see, people think that the book, the God of the Bible deal with individuals. That nigga deal with nations. So as a nation, yes, our history is being right of us. Because when you look in America, bro, we see what's going on with us as a whole. Even though individually, not all of us are doing that, but on a whole scale, it's shit that we all do as black people, as Hispanics, as whites, as Asian, and etc., bro. So it is being written. But these are shits that these motherfuckers spoke on to come. That wasn't even going on during a time when you dealing with these prophets, bro. They spoke on shit to come, and you can actually go into history and point to the shit where it happened pinpoint by pinpoint. And that goes back to what Squid say. Say that one of these prophets was your 300 times great grandfather, and he had a vision of some of the shit that we going on today, and even some shit that you happen to that even my own 300 times great grandson is going to go through such and such, and you see yourself doing such and such. Are you just going to disprove what the fuck he spoke on and shit like that? It's just like, nah, that's bullshit because we
It's like this though. It's like this, truth. Don't you know right now? If you wrote a book and told your kids that it's gonna be people out here, it's gonna be disasters, hurricanes, rain, hail, snow, earthquake, right? If you write that right now, it's gonna be going on forever, literally, because it is. It's gonna be snow no matter where. The world gonna be able to relate to snow, gonna be able to relate to earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanoes, tornadoes. They're gonna be able to relate to forest fires.
Facts.
They're gonna relate to airplanes. They're gonna be able to relate to trees falling, buildings
Facts.
falling. They're gonna be able to relate to giants clashing, which is religions clashing, religions, big giant bodies. They're gonna be able to relate to everything, literally, bro.
But these prophecies is not on no shit like that. They are speaking of what's going to happen to actual people and exact things.
So what's going to happen to me? Because I wasn't in the book. I need to know what's going to happen to me. Listen, I need to know what's going to happen to me, though.
All I'm saying is, this all I'm saying right here, right quick, Huey. This all I'm saying, bro, is that what exactly happened and what they said was going to happen did not happen on a real round scale the way that the shit happened. Yeah, everybody went into slavery, bro, but not on the scale of how the fuck we went into slavery and how he even spoke on how we was gonna go into slavery, bro. Like real shit. This shit is real talk, bro. I even show you how we got scattered to all four corners of the earth, and you know this information, nigga. Like, you know, and I don't mean to say it like that, bro. I ain't coming to grips, so I apologize about that, but I'm just saying.
Nah, it's nothing like that, guy. You good, you good.
Yeah, you know, but I'm saying, bro, like, it's events that happen that is like dead on with what the fuck they said was gonna happen. So it's like you can't just discredit that shit without at least looking into the shit to check it out. And you know, that's all I'm saying. Like, you know,
I'm not gonna discredit it. I'm not discrediting it. I'm telling you that you're gonna be able to tell your kids the same shit, bro. You're gonna be able to tell them that it was snow, that people was getting beat, we was getting shot down, and brutality, we was getting beat, we were slaves, we was working for less things. Money was a thing, but it wasn't a thing. Currency, we needed currency. People don't know nothing about energy, free energy. So if you rewrite these things, who's gonna say that shit? They're gonna be like, okay, well, my dad told me that we didn't have to pay. We didn't have to pay for nothing. Electricity and water was free. Electricity was in my body. Who gonna say I'm wrong?
Okay, check this out.
How can you say I'm wrong?
Try this on for size, Huey. Besides the natural events and the signs of the so-called reset that's coming up, a thing that was prophesied that you find in no other source and no other literary work on earth as we know it is the words, the actual pinpoint description of the cults of death that plague our society and communities today. The so-called synagogue of Satan, those who claim to be Jews but are not Jews, but of the synagogue of Satan, etc. And that's not the only part that clearly identifies those who worship Moloch and Baal. These illuminists, right? That is something that we go through, that we experience, that you could go on YouTube and hear people talking about the ills of the music industry and the entertainment industry because of these people who claim to be Jews but are not, and of the synagogue of Satan. That is going on today, that they are part of what is the ills we experience as a people, and that shit has been prophesied about. And there's no, if you know, discrediting the ancestors is one thing, but you know, these are more like warnings, and you can see that you can apply. Oh, that's Edomite right there. That's a descendant of Esau right there. These people, whether they be DNA linked or genetically linked or linked by their heart and their mind, being children of Satan, so to speak, things of that nature. You know this is a reality today. And what the prophecy is about is that there will be a time where they will be thrown asunder and they won't reign forever. The bullshit won't continue on and on. You understand? And
Hey,
that is something to be
yeah,
up.
I hear you, bro. But you know what I heard out of all that. All of that wisdom you just dropped, right? You know the baddest thing about all of it, bro. You know what I really got coming into the utilizing my real eye to see the real lies and the real lies, right? What's lying in front of our eyes, because our lives are deceivers, just like these spells were, right? Check this out. Hold on, let me just say this. With the spell that we are up under, it's fucking yes, the first eye. The first eye. All right. So the
third
the
eye.
spell that we are the spell that we are up under, the veil was pulled over our heads so deep, right? That we can't even lift the curtain up to look out the stage. You know how the curtain is closed behind you when you backstage and you don't know, you can just hear the crowd out there, but you don't really know what it is until the curtain's open. You know what I'm saying? The people on the other side of the curtain don't know what's behind the curtain until the curtain opens. Right?
Brother,
It's like, do you choose door one, door two, or door three to lift up the curtain and see what you see? Do you see reality, future, past, or do you see everything in front of you? Are you able to decipher it? Because it's a major spell that we are up under, man. And the
Okay,
spelling is what they keep us confused and running around in this circle, because the spell is what the tail is. The
I got
spell make you lingering around and chase your
you.
tail.
Okay, I got you.
Literally.
Brother Huey.
Now let me ask you this, Huey. Who the fuck is they? Who is the people
How
out
do
here?
we get out the spell?
Wait. Who is the
How
people
do we get
out
out the spell then,
here? Wait.
Squid?
Give me a second. Who are people out here that are that are part of a cult of death, who pretend to go to synagogues to pray to
Hey,
Satan?
Squid, you breaking up. You got to say that again. You breaking up, bro. Your thing going in and out.
Okay.
Or was it me? Was he breaking up?
Yeah, it was you.
Okay, so check. Who out there call themselves wizard and sorcerers who cast these spells? When you say they got us under a spell, they is who I'm talking about. They are who was prophesied about that would do this type of deception, this type of acts on people. That they are not
Look,
excluded.
they is we enough. Me and you. Me and
They
you is the day, literally though. But
no.
I just use the day more for
Now
the fact of spelling.
listen, you're turning a blind eye now because there are people out there that will cut your ass up and pray to
In
Moloch
control.
that shit. They would steal children out your community. They will put guns and drugs in your community. They done set up the entertainment industry, the penitentiary industry. They are in politics. They're everywhere out there as far as, you know, people out there be like, Jews run the world. But that's not true. But this the fact of the matter is they are out there. They are the ones who cast the spells. They are the ones that
Yes,
put sexual
you saying it.
innuendos in cartoons. So when you want to
Hey,
say
drop.
got us in a
Hey,
spell,
Squid, who is the day though? Who is the day? Ain't the day the day? The day is the day. The day is the day. The
they
day,
are
literally the
God
day.
Satan.
No.
They are
But you
the
know,
ones who worship your downfall. And if you don't want to see that, then you know it's your choice. But you can't um, convince people that know the scriptures and know how these things line up because you ain't got no scriptures.
Brother
You know
Huey.
what I'm saying?
hey, Squid, let me just say something real quick, bro. Because you know, man, I think, you know, like this will really relate with Huey and shit, you know, like how you always say, bro, like we are the source, you know, it's already instilled in us. And that's one thing, like I totally agree with you with, bro. And the thing is what I'm saying is they know we the source. They know it's still in us. So they did everything they could to dilute and distort that so that we can never tap into the source. And all I'm saying is to you to like maybe help better you understand like why I stand up for the Bible like how I do now, and to the brothers in the chat too, is because at first when I was given that source, it was given to me from a perspective that honestly I probably went harder more than y'all. Like, man, fuck that book, nigga, Jesus fake, woo out the bam. And I was there. But when I started diving into my own lineage history, it brought me back to that book. Cause so much of that shit adds up, bro. It's like I say, I can go to that book and show every one of those curses, how they add up and where it happened at and who it happened to, bro. You feel me? Only thing that I'm lost at is figuring out beyond the Americas and Europe and West Africa. I don't know who is part of that lineage in the other parts of the four corners of the earth. But it's so much lines up to it. So that book, all it did was pop a light bulb and turn the crank back on to the source that was in me. Because when I start seeing it for how you supposed to be reading and trying to understand what these scriptures are, it turned that light bulb on and tapped back into the source of what I already knew. You right, I am the source. But our ancestors knew that we was going to need something to kickstart that source back up in us, because they knew that these people was going to try to dissuade us from the truth and from our heritage, bro. And that's why I go to that, bro.
So you saying our ancestors left us these books as breadcrumbs for us to find our way back to the house?
Yes.
That's already up in us, bro. That's already up in us. We is the source. These ain't nothing but tapping back into us to remind us of the source that's up in us, because you gotta remember, tradition was passed down orally before it was written. So it's so much oral tradition that we'll never know about because they didn't never write it. Wasn't nobody there to cause chaos and disrupt order. So they knew that this was gonna come. You gotta, parts of this book is the prophets. So this was gonna come. You feel me? This was gonna come. They had a bit. They knew that this was gonna come, and we was gonna need these crumbs to tap back into the source that's up in us. Because you got
so when they knew that this was gonna come, right? Say that this conversation, me and you, all those brothers having right now, right? When did they write? Why wasn't I in the book? Literally, me. Why they had Peter, Paul, and all of these other stories.
See, bro,
hear me out. Why wasn't you? If all of this was in the past, bro, where is the story of you and me? Why didn't they have our story and the things that we were doing? Or are they talking about us literally?
You looking at it on it as an individual scale and not as a whole, Huey.
I'm looking at it as a whole. That's why I said you and me. I said,
but look, bro, you saying why is I'm not finding me, Travis, you, Huey, inside of that individually, bro. And what I'm saying is, only reason why you see certain individuals in the book individually is because they was given the blessings to be the prophets to speak up on, or they was part of what was to come. But the whole of Israelites or the Jews was not individually written in Bible. It's thousands of them, if not millions of them.
I know that. I know what you're saying. People. Yeah, I know what you're saying as a people. So are you my point is, bro, are you not speaking? Are you not a prophet right now speaking the same gospel?
Absolutely not.
I mean, I don't believe so, bro. But if that's to be, when that time come, maybe it might be written in wherever the story go from that, bro. But we the source, we the book. This information left down was just for us to be able to tap back into what we already knew, because they knew that somebody was going to try to dissuade us from it.
Yo. I think you relayed that. I think you conveyed
shout out to all you brothers participating.
That was really good. You know what I mean? And
all you brothers got these perspectives. What you want to say, brother Sharaf? Go ahead.
Yeah, yo, that was a great bridge that he made.
You know what I'm saying, brother Hewitt, do you like, okay, for instance, our communities are messed up by drugs. Do you think that it would be okay for us to let our people sell drugs in our community? And I'm just asking on a personal
Okay, cool.
Level.
Now check this out. Let me answer that question, right? Right. You would say, do we think it's okay for us to let our people sell drugs in our community, right? When we go to the store, we buy liquor. Hold on, let me just say this. We go to the store, we buy liquor, we buy tobacco that's killing everybody every day. We let them sell it in our stores. Not only that, we go to the doctors, and they got pharmacists and doctors all on corner stores that's selling all kind of opioids and literally giving our people drugs. And they go into the doctor, and they was able to persuade you to come into their drug house and get the drugs because they figure out a way to put you on insurance so they can get their money claimed. Now, is it okay for us to be utilizing drugs? No, I wouldn't say not. But they putting drugs into the food that we eat. They pumping drugs into the air, into the water. Listen, is it cool for us to go to the drugs and utilize the drugs that they said that was okay for us?
Brother, that's the point. In the prophecies in Deuteronomy 28, it tells us that we were gonna have to go to our enemies for certain things, brother.
Listen, but what I'm telling you is, listen, but you going to your enemy to get drugged. You going to your enemy so you can get plugged in with a syrup, right?
No, water.
After it all, if we were supposed to be living here to see our creator, if we were supposed to be going to see our creator, right? And you really believe in our Bible, why go to the doctor when you sick, when you going to see your creator?
Brother, I use herbal, I use what God told us to use to heal. Natural things, brother. But
we got heels on our feet.
Nah, for healing. For natural
healing means halt. Healing means halt. Slow down, halt.
Brother, what I'm saying is this. It tells us that where do you pay your water bill at?
Listen, because they train you to pay a water. Listen, how we gonna pay for water when water come out the sky and water all around the ocean, right?
Okay, water come out the sky. We can agree on that. Where do you pay your water bill at though?
At a company who is charging you for something that they shouldn't be charging you for.
Okay, why? How did they get
I don't pay one. Literally, I don't pay one. I just use that for your answer, but I don't pay one. Literally, I turn my own shit on. I don't pay the bill.
Okay, now, can you go to prison for that?
That's what they want to say. They're going to say it's illegal, wherever they want to say, but have I went to prison for it? And I've been doing it all my life. If they come turn my lights on, I will turn my fucking lights on because they can't stop electricity from flowing. Literally.
Okay. Now, if they find that, just using for example, they was to find out that you doing the things and you go to prison, then would you think they would let you go? Or would you go to prison?
Look, man, you can go to jail for whatever they're going to take you for, bro. If I was crossing the street, what street I can go to jail for? I can go outside and piss on the tree. I can go to jail for it because they're going to say that's the law. Is that the law? Do I got to agree to that? Or are they going to take me by force? Are they going to take me by force?
Brother,
but bro, those are man-made laws, though, bro.
My point.
But I don't fuck a man-made law. That's
I'm dealing with it because he's asking me this, though. I'm dealing with it because he's asking me these man-made questions, though, bro. I can only answer with a man-made question when he answers me man-made laws, bro. That's a man-made law that he is asking me, right? True? Am I right or wrong? Right?
That's a man.
Okay, then. So how am I going to answer with a man-made perspective, bro?
But listen is what I'm saying, brother. Where do you get your clothing from? Do you go to the grocery store and get your groceries?
I was listen, most people like me, you asking somebody who is on another realm, right? Me personally, right? Because I want to walk out with my dick and my balls in my hand. But I know that they would call me crazy because I've been there before, bro. Literally. Because the society, hold on, listen. They in society who was they out in society don't accept us as being bear. Like I asked you, are you a bear or a lion? Or are you just lying there bear? Right? Because when you was born, was we all born in our bear skin? Literally.
Brother, was you
born in your bear skin? Are you a bear? Let me ask you this. Are you a bear? Was you born in your bear skin?
Brother, where do you get your clothing from?
Listen, I got my coat. That's why I'm asking you about my bare skin. Listen, we so not comfortable in our skin. Listen, bro. Hold on, bro. Let me answer my question, bro. Let me answer the question. All right, from the store, if I went to Walmart to get me some socks and some drawers, right? From cotton, or I want to put me some leather sandals on, right? I was comfortable in something else skin other than the original skin that I came in. Do you understand that I was clothed? The bones and the veins in my body was already clothed in the skin that I'm in.
Yes.
So when we was all originally clothed at, where the flies was clothed, where they was giving their clothes, when the bear was giving his clothes, when the lion was giving his clothes, you was giving the same clothes, brother. So we were so uncomfortable in our skin, out of our skin, that we wanted to wear something else on our skin as men.
But what I'm saying is, do you go get your clothing from somewhere, right?
Yes, bro.
Okay, you get your clothing from somewhere. Why do you have to go to these people to get your clothing?
Because that was what you was programmed to see and you accept it. So now I don't have to go nowhere to get clothing by me being who I am. But the society don't want to accept who I am as being who I am, as just being a man, and not having to walk around thinking that I have to keep myself covered up because I was comfortable in my skin. Most people not even comfortable in their skin because they looking outside the world. You understand what I'm saying? Because you look
But
outside the world, the only reason why we wore clothes, because when we came in the world, they had clothed us, and we had got up under the spell of saying that we need to be clothed. That was it, bro.
okay,
That's
but
the only reason.
my point is this: you have to go to somebody to get clothing from.
Why?
If you want,
I can go outside right now and make me some trees and cover myself up. Am I not clothed? If I go outside and make me a vine, give me some vines, right? And I tie a vine around my waist, right? And then I put
yeah,
some long leaves that hang from the vines. Would I be
yeah.
clothed? Would I be
Would you be
clothed?
No,
Why wouldn't I? I'm covered
because
up.
is that okay? For instance, if you have a dress code to get in somewhere, you have to dress according to the code.
But
Whether
that is what they're telling you. That's a man-made code, bro.
but the point of
Listen,
it
the
is,
natural
Can I
code.
can
Listen,
I
the
can I
natural
can I
code of life,
interject
bro.
something here?
The natural code of life, right? If you go by the Bible or any of that, right? The natural code of life is to take this off.
Okay,
So
do
by
Huey,
what?
they code, you
Huey,
are going
Huey,
by a man-made structure.
if I could.
Listen, you are going by a man-made structure. That ain't what you was given, bro. Because if you had to have clothes when you came in here, you would have been given clothes. Just the same thing with a book or a Bible and anything. If we would have had to have that, we would have been given that when we came through. But we was given the things that we needed: eyes, hands, senses, touch, smell, feeling, life, breath, air, eye. Look, all of these things that we was naturally given is all that we ever needed. Everything outside of that was something that the man think that we needed. Everything that we had to have was given to you. What you
Okay,
need and what you want. No, hold on. What you need was given. What you want is what man made.
I
Man
understand.
made wants.
I understand. I understand your
So we
perspective,
want
bro.
those.
I understand you. Let me attempt to bridge and bring back to a familiar lane. The teachings, regardless, I would say to be nice, regardless where they're from, but teachings that we started this conversation on, ultimately guide man to be a godly man. There's a thing called ungodliness, and you know, though we were born naked and we have the option to wear coverings or not, though we have the option, though there's good and evil, and we have the option to do bad or to do good, like ultimately the teachings of righteousness is to make it so that a man can be the best man that he can be. And the terms for the best man a man could be is a godly man, a man who fears the fears
What if I wanted to be the best
or
robber?
respects. Hold
Listen,
on,
what if I wanted to be the best
hold
robber
hold on,
or the
Huey.
best killer?
You're the best interrupter right now, but hold on. Like a godly man who respects the laws of the universal.
Yeah, my bad.
You're good at it. But I know how you think, bro, and I'm just trying to bring it to a a roundabout.
Perspective.
Like this concept of what godliness is, or what is uprightness, what is the definition of a real man, right? Like what is a good man? Like this is what you find in the aspirations of our ancestors, because assholes was given visions, I'm sure, but when we give credit to the ancestors, to the prophets, the people that came before us, we're addressing the good men and women. What is good, and we know God is good. We know that the perfection, the definition of the deity is what is ultimate truth, ultimate love, ultimate power, ultimate understanding, overstanding, and these things bring about words like mercy, right? Salvation, even judgment. You know
Grace.
what I mean? And so at the end of the day, it's like a man wants to be the best man he could be, if he's even a man. And when we dealing with people in this world, they don't even give a fuck about that type of thing. Some of them genetically aren't even wired to be like that.
Right.
And that's why we have the law. Some people are old souls, and they know that what it is to be a good man, and they live by faith without having to have proof of why they lived or believed in the things they do, but they know what's right and wrong. You know what I mean? And they know that
Hey, bro.
they
Hey,
choose
listen,
wrong.
look, you
They
right, bro.
go
Right or
ahead.
wrong, right? I want to take care of my kids, right? I want to take care of my family, right? I ain't got no job, right? And I can go outside and sell weed, right? Weed ain't a drug. People would say weed is a drug. I'm not forcing nobody to do nothing wrong. I'm just setting up a service. Am I wrong, bro, for having me a block of my own store, which was called my house, where they can pull up and get their service, no doubt. And I ain't forcing nobody. They just got to knock on my door and come in just like a fucking store. Am I wrong, bro? Wanted to goddamn get.
Absolutely.
It
Absolutely.
depend. It
Am I
depend on
fucking
if your
wrong?
product is. You'll be wrong if your product provides a
Listen,
detriment
man,
to
I'm growing my
people's
own
stability.
weed. I'm growing my own weed, and I'm selling somebody. Listen, if I
Well, you
wanted to
can't
sell
go wrong with
alcohol,
integrity.
listen, bro.
Well, you might go wrong
If I
with
want to
alcohol.
sell alcohol at my house, right? Just because they said, listen, I might go wrong with alcohol. See, you gonna say I might go wrong with alcohol, but the Chinese man don't look like that when he paying us family's goddamn bills and he's selling liquor on the store every day. Is he
But
right
How
for
did he
giving
get?
people he got a right to?
but that don't
How they
mean that,
get that permission?
don't worry about what the next man do. Worry about what
My
you do.
point, that's my point, Squid. Because listen, what's right for me, just because, okay, I ain't worried about the what next man do. So I don't give a fuck what you saying or what nobody else saying. I'm going to set me up a trap because the trap was meant for me to get something back. I ain't got no money right now, so I'm gonna go sit in the trap where I know I ain't gotta force, I ain't gotta put no gun to nobody's head and make them. I ain't gotta rob nobody. All I gotta do is say open, bro. I'm open for business, and they gonna say, "What you doing?" I'm selling. I'm selling products. I got things that I'm gonna sell. What you want to do? You want to get high? You like to go high? I can get you high. You what you need? You in pain? I got painkillers for you. I can fucking kill pain for you. Am I in the wrong for selling the same thing that they gave me to take for myself and somebody else needed and I just wanted to get the shit so I can sell it? Am I wrong?
I would say, me personally, I would say if what God said, don't defile your temple. Your body is your temple. If you
I'm not
smoking,
defying my temple though. I'm selling it to somebody else's temple. That ain't got
you're
nothing to
not
do with me.
supposed to.
I'm not
That's your
putting it in
people.
mine.
Well,
That's
dude,
that's
Okay then.
that's
So
one
am
thing
I wrong?
that's one thing that's wrong with our communities now,
you
brother.
could be wrong. You
That's
could be
one
wrong.
thing.
If you
Look,
talking about weed, I mean, I don't know how wrong you could be unless you selling somebody a nick and charging them $10. That
But
could
what
be
I'm
right.
saying,
him.
So if I took my look, if I know that beef ain't good, or God said that we ain't supposed to eat fucking meat with hooves on it, and I took a goddamn, I went to a homeless shelter and I can find nothing but goddamn dollar McDonald burgers. At least I try to do something good, but am I doing harm?
brother, he didn't tell you that. That's the thing, man. It never was said that. What I'm saying is this: you're not supposed to defile your temple. Is smoking defiling your temple, brother? Why do people
If
die
that's
from
what they
lung cancer?
said,
Why do people die from lung
listen,
cancer?
you gonna die from anything though. What you can
That ain't
die.
the point. That ain't
Listen,
the
you can
point.
die from eating, bro.
Let me
Whether
address.
you
That's
Let
smoking
me
or
not,
not,
address.
do you eat
Oh,
smoked meat?
let
Do
me
you eat
let me
smoked meat?
address. Let me address these laws that you brought up about the hoof eating and things. Now, in the law, in the Torah, these things are a description of laws that our ancestors had in the times that they were living, and a lot of these laws don't necessarily apply the same way today. Well, they could. A person can say they don't eat pork because
So
you
either
know,
the book
hold on,
applies
hold
to us,
on,
to
dude,
either
hold
applies to
on,
now or
dude.
it don't, bro.
Forgive me for not talking fast. I'm doing the best I can right now. A person can say they don't eat
Pardon me, God,
pork.
my bad. You know, my bad. My bad.
Good. A person can say they don't eat pork
Yeah,
because
my bad. Sis.
they know it's a mix between a cat, rat, and a dog or some shit like that. You got to consider a lot of the laws you can't even apply today because people don't live like that anymore. Back in those days, the Hebrews were a traveling bunch. And so keeping swine wasn't something that was profitable. And swine eat their own shit, and they hard to clean. They spoil, and they cause disruptions within the body. All that should make a type of sense where, you know, it's best to leave that type of shit alone. You understand? And it makes sense even today on what to leave alone. But if you do happen to eat pork, most likely you get that shit from the supermarket. It's clean, you refrigerated it, it's not spoiled, you eat it, and you will have to deal with the spiritual repercussions thereof from you eating such an animal as you would from anything you eat. So I think it should give the Bible some credit to the fact that today, you know, people talk about eating meat could be somewhat bad. And the meat that was abhorred back in those days was basically the most disgusting animal that you can find amongst the people. You understand? So it was for the benefit of the tribe in totality. Like the whole concept of, you know, keeping certain, you know, gay marriages wasn't allowed, right? Because in those days, motherfucker, if the next tribe see you got a bunch of Bati boys in your tribe, they gonna flex on you. But that's not what we represent, and that's not how we stand out. That's not what we, you know what I mean, what present ourselves as. So there were laws against that type of negativity. You understand that, and it would be hard to say.
But that was a man. Listen, that was a man-made law because naturally we wasn't attracted to no man though, bro. That's nature. You ain't attracted to no man. You're attracted to your positive or your negative energy. That's why opposites attract, bro.
Listen, man, there were other people around in those days that was doing it. Listen, that didn't. Wait. There was other people around in those days that didn't have no fucking laws.
The Egyptians.
They fucked animals. They fucked each other. They fucked their family. They ate anything. They believed in anything. And it was a separation from them that was made. You understand? And so, like, if it wasn't for concepts like the Messiah or the Christ with that teaching, that nouveau teaching that allowed even them to have the opportunity to find grace in the sight of the Most High, if they were to live in a proper way. You know what I'm saying? If they were to live upright in the proper way, they had an opportunity. That olive branch, that opportunity, that option was a sign of somewhat mercy for real. It was a sign of supreme righteousness. Because if it wasn't for that, motherfuckers would be saying, well, because you're not a Hebrew, you don't have no access to this deity concept and da-da-da-da. But we know that's not feasible, right? We know we are all under the same universal law, same universal sight, things like that.
The curses don't apply to everybody.
Well, you know, it's definitely a transition. It's a transition from an ancient way of thought to a new way of thought. Because the Pharisees and scribes were saying, like, what the fuck are you talking about, Jesus? And he was like, look, this is the newer way of thinking about things. This is the upgrade. And it's for everybody.
So you're saying that the spells don't, when he said the curses don't apply to everyone, he mean that the spells don't apply to everyone. When we all are under the spell.
No, I ain't talking about no spells.
Well, I'm saying curses are spells. I know you didn't. I put spells in it. You didn't say spells. I'm not putting that word in your mouth. I'm saying that. I'm saying you said curses, right? The curses don't apply to everyone. Curses are spells. Hold on, would you say a curse is a spell? Is a curse a spell?
The curses came from God. God said this will happen to a certain people because the Egyptians didn't get this at the time. The Hamites.
So that was a spell that God. So that was a spell that God put us up under. A curse that God put you up under was that spell, right? That's a spell.
If our forefathers did not obey, then a consequence was going to happen. So at this point in time, everybody wasn't right here in the wilderness getting these laws, statutes, and commandments. That's why everybody That's why you say Asiatic people can come in our communities and sell certain stuff. You know why? Because God said He was going to put a certain people over us for not following His law, statutes, and commandments. That's why they can come over here from another country and get a store, and we can't get a store, and we've been in that same neighborhood for hundreds of years.
Right. This brother is right. This is why people with understanding of the scriptures can really know and be good or know what the fuck we dealing with right now today. And it don't be so goddamn mysterious. Right?
See, but listen though, Squid, when he say that we don't have stores in our neighborhood, bro, that's just because we don't choose to, but we do have stores. And we talking about we, because people is people. This is what's wrong with us. We always talking about what the black man
Everybody not the
got,
same
or
people.
what the white, we always talk about what the white man got, or what the Chinese man got. They man. Ain't no man over you but the one that you allow to be over you. That's all man that you put yourself outside of. When you start giving other ones power, that's because you allow it to happen. That's because of the
Brother,
spell that you was under
You
to look
kind of,
outside of yourself instead of
I hear
depending
what
on
you're
you.
saying.
So listen, the whole thing about giving us God and making us believe or seeing that somebody else outside of you is why other people outside of you have the power because it took it outside of you, so it won't be inside the source. So you had to
What
go
you
outside to go get
saying,
resources. What is the
this is,
biggest source on the world or the
that is
biggest
the
resource on
curse.
the world? Human
You just,
resources, man.
you just talked about the actual curse for real. People of our ancestry turn away from the Most High, and we incurring the curse right now that you're talking about. It's a part of the curse. How you go from
That's
nobility
all I talk about is the
to
curse, Squid.
and a height, and then you have parasites come into our world, right? And they just take from us. They this parasite from original man. They take the scriptures and flip it, and they take the pictures and repaint them. They take these ideas and corrupt them, and then they put them up and they re-speak them in a fucked up manner. And now our youth is looking at this shit like, man, fuck all that, because all they see is the rendition from the fucking pagans and the Gentiles, and they disregard where they got the shit in the first place and how they parasited off this situation, right? And then they misguided now because they don't even believe their ancestors. They don't even believe in a connection with the supreme intelligence that influenced and guided our ancestors, and even makes sense out of why the world is in the condition that it is. Why you have people claiming to be a people and they're not that people? Why you got these goddamn lower vibration people in high goddamn positions in society while the world is fucked? Now you want, like, listen, man, this shit all makes a sense. It does. It makes a sense, a scriptural sense. Our ancestors was hip to, right?
but that's what I was saying as far as if if you read the Bible and if you look at the Bible, you read it from a different perspective, not knowing if you look at it thinking that you're the Gentile and not the people, then it's gonna make a big difference. Like, for instance, brother, do you deal with Haile Selassie, brother?
Who,
Here
me?
with people.
Yes, sir.
Here with people. Do you
Yes,
do
sir.
you
Yes,
do you
sir.
deal,
Yes.
you deal with Haile Selassie, right? I'm asking, do you deal with Haile Selassie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They said that Haile
Can you hear
Selassie.
me? I might be coming back late. I see I'm delaying a bit. My bad.
Yeah, you say you deal with Haile Selassie, right?
Huey deal with Huey,
Yes,
man.
sir. I hear you.
Do
Huey
you do
stand
you
up
No,
do
I'm
right
dealing with that
now,
for him right now.
motherfucker.
I'm dealing with whatever.
Oh,
Okay. That's the thing about it with God. The God of the Bible, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God wasn't dealing with the Egyptians. The Egyptians were dealing with over 300 something God. They deal with a God for every day of the year. That's that's polytheism. You understand? This is the same way with Romans and everybody else. The Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, He is their God only, which means that everybody else is going to have to come up under their rules and up under what the God of the Hebrews tell them to do. That's the only way that this can come together, because you can't deal with Haile Selassie. And Haile Selassie, that's where the rosters they go off at, dealing with Haile Selassie. And they said that Queen Sheba had a baby with King Solomon. That's the only way they get validity. They even try to go back to the Bible, brother. That's the only way that they had. If you know about
I
Haile
know.
Selassie, that's
I tell people all the time the same way because they're not really knowing what the real thing of the Rastafarian is about. They're gonna go and tell you that it's about John. They're gonna go to the Bible because that was that aspect of it. But it's always just like Christianity, different denominations or whatever you
yeah,
have. You feel what I'm
yeah,
saying?
man.
Once you know that
Yeah,
the
it's
truth,
painful.
you know that it's okay. Let me ask you this, right? If you're dealing with any of that, and the Creator was only one deity, period. So what have he had not been if he has been in all, literally?
Hold on.
So
The
we are
Bible,
dealing with it all because it's all up under the spell. The spell is
nah,
what we all dealing with, bro. We only
there,
dealing with
there,
the spell, man.
there are more than there's one true God. There's a most high God, but the Bible tell you that there are other gods, brother. Satan is a god.
You a God.
No,
Oh man.
I was made in the image of God.
So if you was made in the image, you had all of the abilities that he gave you. You are not him. You're not a part of him. Are your hands a part of your body? Literally, are
Brother,
your fingers part of you? Hold on, let me ask you this. Is your fingers a part of you?
brother, do you know what's gonna happen
Are your
tomorrow?
fingers a part of you, man?
It's a part of my body, yes.
Yes. Now, if you were made of the enlightenment of your creator, are you a part of his body?
Am I a part? Not if you're not on his. If you're not doing what he tell you to do.
Oh man. If
If
you
that's
doing what he's telling you to do, listen, right now, I'm telling my hands to move. They not doing what I'm telling them to do. I told my hands to move, literally,
yeah,
right? I
yeah,
can't see them moving, but I know that the cells, the blood is moving through their body, so they literally moving. I can't see them moving unless I move them, right? Is my hands a part of me right now, and I'm telling them to move, but they not.
of course. But what about somebody that's paralyzed from the neck down?
Listen, my point, their body is still a part of them. Their body is still a part of them, right? My
Why can't
hand
they
is still a
move?
part. Listen, I'm telling my hand, just like them, a paraplegic is telling their legs to get up and move, but they can't do it. So, but
But,
their legs is still a part of them, right?
right, yeah, but it's null and void if
Right.
they
So
can't
that's
do
what
his
I'm
will,
saying. Are you a part of your God? Are you a part of
brother.
God?
Brother, we have to know who your God is first, though.
Your God, not my God. I said your God, not my God,
No,
because I'm my own
brother,
God. I'm listen.
anybody,
You
anybody, period. You got to know which
you
God you
gonna be a
serve.
part of me whether you gonna be part of me whether you want to or not. You feel me? Like
No,
all of my hairs and strings on my hair, they're a part of
brother,
me. I might brush some of them, I might twist some of them, I might do whatever I want to do, try to make them to do what they want to do, but they gonna end up doing what they want to do. Like, but they
brother,
still gonna be part of me. My heart gonna beat. I want to tell my heart to stop beating right now, stop breathing, so I can go see my creator. But I'm looking at me, so I can only see me.
brother. Do you know what's gonna happen tomorrow?
Bro, the same thing that happened today.
What?
You're going to live. You're going to express life. You're going to breathe. It's no other day. Every day is the same day. Don't you know how many days in a year? Just like you said, it's 365 days in a year, right?
It's 364 days in a year.
Okay, 364. That's 7 times 52. You know that 365 was a lie. So you understand that math, right? You
Exactly.
understand that. Okay. If
Yeah.
it's 364 days in a year, why is only 7 names?
7 names.
Yeah,
The
why you only
names
got
of
7 names for those days? Because
the
if you ask me, it's only 7 days in a year. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, it might be multiples of those days, but it's only 7 days in a year, literally.
it's 7 days in a week.
It's 7 days in a year. Name another day out of these 365 besides the 7 that I just said.
Well, God didn't name them Monday, Tuesday, Sunday, Monday. He named them
Well,
one,
how
two,
do you
three,
get
four, five, six, seven.
365 days? He didn't label them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 75, and none of that either, right? He didn't name them 75 days. He didn't name them 365 days. He didn't name them none of that shit.
Brother,
Because if
have
he
you?
did, then
Let me
if the
ask both
days,
of y'all a
hold on,
question.
if it's 365 days, if it's 365 days, are they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 365?
64.
Oh, okay, so is that the name of them? 364 is the last day that he made.
Brother, have you ever read the Bible before?
Hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Before you answer that, let me ask both of y'all a question. Who in the fuck wants to be a paraplegic?
Exactly. But
Listen,
so I'm just using it for example. If one of them get paralyzed, they can't do nothing for themselves to make their limbs work.
Well, let me round out the point. No one chooses to be consciously chooses to say, you know what, fuck moving from the neck down. no one wakes up and be like, you know what I want to do today? Break my fucking neck. Like, no one wakes up like that. Exactly. But we all experience existence in the body of judgment of the Most High. Right?
Did the judgment, did the Most High want to experience all life? Did the Most High want to be up, down, low, in the middle, under the dirt, on the ground where he can lay on his stomach and move around like a snake? Did he want to be up under the ground so he could feel like what to be to have dirt on him? Did he want to be the tree to know what it had to feel like a leaf hanging from him? Did he want to know how it be to be a bee?
Why don't you ask him? Right?
I'm telling you, he did. I know that he wanted to be everything. Literally, I know that I wanted to experience all of everything.
I'm saying,
I know that
a motherfucker don't wake up and say, "I don't want to move no more from the neck down." But we know there's people out there that are in a situation where they used to walk, they used to move from the neck down, and now
I don't want to move. I don't want my heart to move. I don't want to goddamn breathe. I don't want to even be on this motherfucker talking. I'm on here though because I chose to be here. Now I can hit the button to get off this bitch, right? You don't know. You won't know if I'm breathing or not. You can't tell me what nobody don't want to do. I literally want to be a paraplegic so I ain't got to walk around and work for shit.
Stop bluffing, motherfucker.
Hey, listen, man. You can't tell me I'm bluffing when I'm saying it, bro. Right now, if I could be a paraplegic and get a fucking check and ride around and not have a hard on and just be limp and let a girl just suck on my shit long time and I can never bust. Do what you do with mine. Look, if you can jump on my legs and roll over my car or roll over my legs with a car and I can feel it, fucking roll me over.
Got you trapped up.
Yo, literally, bro.
Roll around and collect the check.
Literally, because if it's about a check, don't tell me how I can get my check. Literally, bro. If I'm gonna go outside, long as I ain't gotta rob a nigga and I can go set up a trap right now, nigga ain't got no right to tell me what's right or wrong for me when my goddamn stomach, when my kids is gonna eat this food and I'm doing right with the money. I don't care what I did for it. I did right by that money, man.
You don't want to be blowing in straws so you can go left and right and forward and backward.
Literally, bro.
Shit, motherfucker.
Literally, G. Hey, Squid. Hey, Squid, my thing is this, God. You God, my nigga. Most niggas don't look at, ain't no preaching, no iman, no book. None of these books gonna never tell you what I'm telling you, God. They gonna keep you outside yourself. They gonna tell you about the North Pole. They gonna tell you about flat Earth, the center of fucking magnetism. You gotta go to the center of the earth to get back to your soul. They gonna keep you looking everywhere you got. Go to the Torah, go to the Bible, go to the Quran. Go to everywhere you can do. Go to everywhere but inside of the man.
Okay, check this. I hear what you're saying, right? And the point that I was trying to make or making with this whole paraplegic type situation is the fact that there is an external supreme intelligence power that's greater than people, include, you know what I mean? And so, like this thing, like, a lot of the examples you use is a lot of times these different people's trying to put their own spin or image on what that is. You know,
you can only put your perspective. That's what the Bible did. They put their same thing on it. Another nigga, don't you know that if you didn't know that it was type or text? Listen, bro, who led you to the truth? Ain't it led in all these books that you reading? It's a fact that all the books that was written, that anything that you was reading, it was written with lead.
Written with lead?
Right? Lead.
Like not written in stone?
No, yeah, like written in lead. The books that we are reading, you know, we can go to the ancient scrolls and it's written in stone, right? Which was still written with something that you would carve. It had to be carved into it, cut by the knife, right? Or sword, or a tree, dirt, a rock, anything, right?
Right.
Which was the lead. We always trying to get lead somewhere. Like I told you, either you're gonna be the lead or you're gonna be the lead.
Right. And so check. People, you know, there's a thing called guidance, right? And some people be like, you know what? I was influenced, so I was guided to say or do or write this down. And amongst all those type renditions of that happening, that there's an actual truth to that the supreme intelligence does communicate with its existences. And
And are we
we
doing
are
that? Aren't
able,
you doing that?
we
You're
are
doing it.
able,
You're the proof of it.
I'm talking, yeah, okay. I'm talking about the external intelligence, external to our internal intelligence, that can has the power, right? If people can believe that demons can possess you, then it should be feasible for you to understand that the supreme intelligence can also influence you.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. I agree with that. If a demon can possess you, then the deity had to be able to possess you as well. A
right.
possession, right?
Yeah, bro.
So,
yeah.
All right. Now, so literally, bro, literally, this is the positive and the negative balance of life. Okay, go. My bad. My bad.
For the prophecy came not in the old time by the will of man.
Pinpoint. That's fine.
But holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Spirit.
Are you reading, brother?
Hello.
I'm sorry. Was you reading something? Did
he was breaking? He was breaking up.
Okay.
Yeah, because his thing rendering right now. His
So can you run that back on how we came to a level playing field with this, you know, with the possession part? Like, I think we was really receptive to a common ground there, right?
You talk about me?
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Oh, that's definitely common ground. That's my point. You got to understand that. Okay, now the positive and the negative, or the good and the bad, the devil, God, whatever. Possessions, right? Right?
Okay, yeah.
Now, out of these was given that it's a choice that you have to make right there. What side of the table you gonna be on? What deity are you gonna be in? Now, outside of that, this is where you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, where they would call straddling the fence. You can't serve two deities, right? You're going to have to choose sides. You're going to be with the good guy or the bad guy, one or the other, because they made it good or bad. That's just like positive and negative. Ain't no such thing as a positive and negative when it's just energy, bro. Deity is just deity.
Okay,
ain't no good and a bad deity. They was just, let me just say this last little thing, because, all right, put your positive and your negative, or your God and your devil, as mother and father, bro. You got both of those in you, bro. And that trilogy is what came through. This is what I was talking about with the portals, because you portal through one of the deities into another deity to be you. This is the three portals.
Okay, I see. Listen, it's like you be going to one class, you be going to social study class, and you bring chemistry books and shit. I'm following you. I follow you, right? What I want to say is, it's like, God damn, yo, Huey.
See?
I forgot what I was going to.
I know you did, bro, and it ain't because what I did. It's just because how you said it. Because what I did is you come with a certain way, right? And if I come with math, right? If you come with science and I add math to it, then it's another circle.
Okay.
You feel me?
I remember.
So if I'm coming to you, it's just.
Okay, I remember.
Right. Go ahead. I brought you back. You see it?
Yeah. Thank you. When you said circle, it came back to me full circle. So bang. So it's like when it comes to that possession part, right? The negative and the positive energy. It's like when they build up that inner genetic makeup, when they got that genetic makeup, whether it be genetic or whether it be mentality, that makeup. Like if a person go to a goddamn witchcraft school and they learn all about demon spirits and witchcraft and shit, talking about speaking to the dead, and they specify in this, then they're more susceptible to those energies or those type of communications, right? And kind of what society has done is made it to where we are more receptive to things that we normally wouldn't be, due to the poisoning of subconsciouses and things, and that is not for the greater overstanding of the deity or the source. It's that deviation that leads you to detachment even furthermore from the source, because the people that made this veil or that benefit from it they work wickedness, right? They work crafts that are wicked to the positivity out certain communities and things like that. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's like overall the worldly are seemingly always potentially able to be possessed by the negative energies. And that's what makes it and the lesson so difficult and stern, is the fact that it makes it so imperative that you find that connection with the source outside of, you know what I mean, your environment. It's going to be difficult for you when people turn onto their paths to create a greater relationship with the Most High. Usually, you know, they are faced with negativity. They are faced with trials and tribulations, so to speak, things like that. But the outcome is way more beneficial than going with the way of the world. You understand what I mean?
Hey, that was so dope how you just put that, bro. You just, you know how you be opening, like you just said, I opened you up and you opened, right? So when you said that, right? You said how basically if you take a step towards the creator, right? In this journey, that you're gonna be hit with trials and tribulations, right? Once you start trying to make a change and start going in the right path, evil finds a way in your way.
Well, they're gonna try to create stumbling blocks for that.
Right. Speed breakers or whatever it is, speed bumps for hurdles, or walls for you to knock down, boundaries, or shit, you know, things that you have to overcome.
That's why, yes, and that's why the concept of Satan go to Shaitan, which means adversary, right? Because like when the people see you glistening and you shining because your aura so bright, you got so much righteousness and love in you, they might just hate that. There's people out there that look at you and hate that.
Envy.
Envy, jealousy, you know, and all that type of thing. That's why there is an opposition to those that want to live.
But you're doing right though. That's my point. That was my long point ago. When you think that you're doing right to some, no matter how right you walking in your right, to somebody else is going to be a negative plight.
But no, wait. I understand what you're saying, but it's right that they don't like. It's not that they see you doing wrong or they think that you're doing bad. They want us to do bad. They want us to be our women. They want us to kill each other.
So they're going to tell you what you're doing is right is wrong so they can pull you back into the wrong, what they think is right.
They don't know what's right. They come
right. That's my point. So they going to tell you that
they can't teach what's right. They can't reiterate. They can't duplicate or imitate the teachings of our ancestors, even if they tried to. It's not, some of them, it's not even in them to do right. And it might be hard to believe because we are all part of this tapestry called humanity. But some people are historically, genetically, mentally, spiritually, and even physically, right? I guess that's genetically wired in a motion of unrighteousness and wickedness.
So my thing is, if the creator made them all, did he make that wickedness and richness then? Who made that?
It is created for our learning, so that we know the difference. Like you said, like it was said earlier, without chaos, we wouldn't know order. So some of these people are real live non-playable characters, and they just going to be part of the sacrifice at the end of the day because we don't need that in our life. But we know what it is, and we know we won't want that for us or ourselves or our family and our loved ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, but it's like, what don't you want for them? You don't want the suffering and the pain for your families and your loved ones, right?
You don't want your loved ones and family to suffer karma that's negative when they can be taught how to earn good karma, so to speak.
Right. You don't want them to suffer, basically. You don't want them to go through the suffering and pain that we went through.
Right.
Literally. Right? Right?
Yes.
Right. We don't want our people to go through the suffering and the pain that we do. Right?
Right.
So check this out. If I don't want my kids to go through suffering and pain, right? Say my son, I got a son, one of my sons got sickle cell, right? He be in so much pain, right? Right?
Okay.
I mean, like pain, unbearable pain, right?
Mm.
We go to doctors, they give them all these, they do research, medicines, all these things on him. Don't nothing work for him, right? When he go through these needs, bro, I be wanting to go to the point of really taking my son's life, boy. Just I'd rather give him mine. If I can just take my own life just to take the pain away from him, is what I would do. You feel me?
I hear
If
you.
I can make an agreement with, so I would make an agreement with the deity, man. Just take away that sickness from my baby, bro, and all of the wrong that I said. I never believed in you. Cast me into the eternal fire well and do away with me. But just protect my youngest and let my youngest come through in the right way. You feel me? That's something that I'm willing to sacrifice to this day. Literally, I would sacrifice myself before I sacrifice any one of them. Literally, right? So when you talk about you don't want to be paralyzed or nothing like that, I would rather be I would rather my son to be paralyzed than have to go through the pain in his body.
And you know what? That's powerful, man. Much prayer and blessing to you. I would tell you to hold fast. You know, there's nothing, no personality or intelligence as long suffering as the Most High. You understand? So what
So
we go through, what we go
why
through,
would the Most High do that to my son though? What would my son need to deserve that? Why did the Most High put my son through that and put me through that to be able to have to experience that pain?
that is something that I don't think I can answer for you. I don't think that I would implore you not to be resentful for it, because you know it. Listen, I don't mean to make light of any situation such as this, but there are worst case scenarios, and you just have to take what is given and do as best as you can um without like cursing about
Questioning?
the sense. And that's
Is that a curse by questioning
I
though? Is that
can't
a
tell
curse for
you.
me questioning?
Right.
Because
I
they
can't.
told us that we shouldn't question the deity though. But I'm saying, but if we going by what these things say though, bro, this is what I be talking about the
I understand.
spell. Because one thing they say that you can't question the deity or you can't question and ask questions. Why not? How am I
You
ever get some
can.
understanding if I can't even question?
You can. And you can find that in the book of Job. It's just a fine line where you can the greater understanding is what is to be optimistic about. There's
See, but
no
look, that was in the
there's
book
no
of Job, though,
listen, there's,
Squid. Again, that's what I was talking about with the books earlier. So
listen,
now
you
in the
have
book of
to
Job, it says something different than it said in the book of
but,
Malachi. Malachi said that you
but
can't do this.
listen, I don't want to astray from what I'm trying to say to you. There's a reason, there's benefit in having faith, and even something you can't prove or foresee because of your physical environment. The possibility of your son becoming healed is a reality. Truth of the matter is that they have a lot of cures that they keep away from people. Truth of the matter that there's a lot of things that people suffer from. That's a direct goddamn consequence because of the plight gone on by these so-called oppositions that they incur on people. But what I would say to you is that if there's any power, intelligence that can be communicated that can let you see uh, a greater side, a better side to that. It is that relationship, man. A man can't really stand in that way and speak for the deity and say this is why and this is why. But there's children that's born with no goddamn brains and certain organs and things like that. And I mean,
And why would the
so it's
deity?
like
Why
it's
would
like
the deity? Why would the deity put someone through that though, bro?
I
Is
mean,
that not evil? When
it's not.
if that
Listen,
look, not only that, and
mm,
not only that. Now this is where it's deep at, right? This is where it get deep at because did the deity experience that he wanted you to experience that pain? If he didn't create something that he wanted to go through and experience himself, why would he create it for you if he never experienced it first?
or he might be experiencing it through you or through the person.
Literally. So
Literally.
he made you to go through the pain. He made you so he can live through you to be pain. So he made me to go through this so he could be my brain and think and speak out outside of me. So he is in me, literally.
That is a way of looking at things.
Facts.
Literally.
So everything that's going on, right, is me right now. So right now, me being a deity in me, I wanted to be able to experience my son in his pain. And it's the reason why I had him so close to me, so I could take care of him and I could take the pain away from him. Now, I knew that he didn't have to go to the doctors and things that they were saying was right. Now, my biggest fight was to come here to show him and his parents that he didn't need that. All he needed to do was unite with himself. That's what the uniting is about. Uniting is about connecting with the you and the I. And what you know that you are the I, that's what the all unite is about. And bro, it's not about uniting with everybody outside of everybody. It's about connecting your I with your you. And you control the two, literally, with you being the third.
I know that of course both of you want that to be a temporary thing. Just look at it as it's temporary. All right. That is an optimistic. Can't nobody tell you that no, he gonna have sickle cell forever and all this other shit. Take the power into your own hands to know that there is a better future, right? There's positivity that will overcome anything negative. Just you have to be long suffering. You have to be steadfast in your faith. And
Man, you just gotta suffer. You gotta suffer literally
You
because
don't.
God
But
put
you
us
don't
here.
have to. You
God
don't
put
have
us
to
here
say
to
it
suffer.
that
If
way.
nothing else,
To
God created this world for us to suffer it in.
But it's not.
Because
It's
guess
not.
what?
It's not
Guess what? You know
perpetual,
why?
dude.
You know why I say that though,
It don't have to happen
Squid.
forever. You know what I mean?
Listen, you gonna all we been is suffering is forever is here because all we gonna do is try to experience what we doing after the life. This was afterlife right now, so now we gotta wait for. Cause look, Squid. The evil people in the world right now is beating all of the good ones, bro. On this by this level of the world, bro. Listen, bro, I'm struggling right now, bro. But don't you know that my little nephew, bro, who sell drugs, is doing better than me, bro? And that I was doing better than I ever doing right now when I was doing pushing pedaling.
Well, I don't know if you can. I don't know.
Doctors is doing better than us by
It
selling
might
drugs.
seem like
Doctors,
they're doing better.
do a doctor make more? Do a doctor make more than you right now by telling lies?
They make more money, but that don't mean that they are doing better just because they're
But
doing better
I'm saying
material.
that's why I say about how we looking at this world. They are able to experience life where they're not in the projects and have shootouts every night. They're in a big crib where they got lights on all the time. They ain't even got to worry about what they eating from. This is what I'm talking about, bro.
The life
We
is a
are on the
lesson.
bottom.
The
Listen,
life
man.
is a
Why
lesson. Man. I see it all the time.
listen? But why did
I
God
see
create? Why did God give us life? Listen, man. If God gave us life, why did He give us life to experience the bad part of it? If that's it, man. If He
It's
made both
not it.
sides of it,
See,
bro.
you pessimistic, man. It's like, look, you have to turn the negativity from being such a goddamn long-winded idea. Because
What about the positivity?
the positivity is something that you have to believe in to even make it sometimes. Should be so negative that if it wasn't for you thinking positive, there wouldn't be no positive vibes at all.
So I think I got a positive vibe by saying that, look, I'm here to keep my son alive. He ain't got to do the medicine. This is my positive vibe to him. But the positive vibe to him is, look, man, I've been on this medicine. I don't know nothing else. This is the only way that the pain can go away.
And either one of you or both of you can think that the positive vibe is that it's a temporary thing. You
The
understand?
temple.
It's
The
temporary.
temple.
You don't even have to get as deep as how or when it ends. You can just know and believe in something better, and the whole concept of overcoming anything that's thrown your way. The world.
Okay, when do all of this pain end, bro? Okay, let me ask you this. When does the struggling end? When I'm able to pay for myself? The struggling end when I got the money to pay for myself? The struggling end when I can feed my kids? When does the struggling end and what does the good things start?
Well, I mean, struggling ending for your financial is different from your spiritual, your mental, or what's happening in your family's life. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, so
I'm like
I'm not spiritually hurting them right now. I'm spiritually super strong, but I'm physically hurting. How do I change the physical hurt?
Well, I mean, how can you change your what hurts?
What I'm telling you, all I'm saying is, look, okay, my spirit is great, who I am. I'm super rich in the world that I am, right? Now, in the physical realm, right? Dealing in the physical realm, we working week to week or check to check or whatever it is, right? I'm cool. I got a roof over my head. I got a car. I got clothes. My kids don't want nothing. They never. We don't care about brands. But me personally, I grew up as a young man, and I knew what it was about not having brands and being picked on, right? So for that reason, I never wanted my kids to not have things, so they always had, right? But at the same time, we are still in the point where we are just getting by, bro. Where every day, like I I'm an empath. People call me all the time, bro. Like I be getting called. Dude called me today, just crying, like, bro, a grown man calling me, bro. Like he didn't have nobody else to talk to, and he wanted to talk to me because I'm the only one that he could talk to with reasoning,
Okay.
right?
All right.
But when the bro called me, it's like I know, bro, but I don't know him like that. But for him to be breaking down to me like that, and it's like he asking me, bro, to be his savior, bro. Literally, how how am I supposed to be able to help this man out when the world don't want us to be able to help ourselves out? Where the negative thing is always overriding with the positive. Like he said, bro, his people think that he is just because he don't want to sell drugs. He been in jail. He done did time, so he willing to sacrifice certain things, right? The man was working for 6, 7 months. I've been knowing him, and he been working since I've been seeing him. But like the last 3 months, he been out of work because this time of the year it gets slow, like it do for me. So I have to work in spurts where I work and I have to pay my bills and stuff up so I can stay afloat. You feel me? Because I know it's gonna come back around my boat. But at the same time, how do I stay afloat, bro? Where it's all about working through this system, and the system is not being fair to who being fair. Meaning, like, okay, I don't want to sell drugs. I don't want to do no harm. I want to do right by my neighbor. I want to help, but you finish last. And everybody you see out, young thugger, these niggas wearing drugs. These niggas talk about killing. These niggas doing killing. Everybody is out doing and the most is doing the most, literally traveling, living the best, driving the best, eating the best food. Because look, it takes money to eat right.
But you know what? This is the physical world. This is the material world. The world is set up to where it's like it don't benefit the righteous man. You should be a millionaire with all the gems that you drop. You should have a lot of viewers. You should have a lot of more subscriptions than you have. But you see, it's the worldly way. This is why when people make success, they have to sell out something because that stuff comes with a certain price. But you haven't sold or offered no price or put no number to your soul, right? Things like that. And the world doesn't pay for that. The world doesn't, the world don't want you. The earth love you.
You don't profit. You don't profit off of not selling. How you gonna profit with not selling? That's the spell again.
You won't be able to buy or sell without the mark of the beast. That's what it says.
Right. So without profit, without selling, you can't profit. We are in sales.
You
right.
can't.
So we meant to sell. Are we meant to sell?
You're a part of be of the world. But what is it? Be of the world, but not a part of it type shit, whatever was said earlier.
Right.
You just have to walk that path where, listen, you just have to sacrifice the world. That's the smartest thing to do. You know what I mean? It goes back into that optimistic type scenario where if you build upon your riches.
So why not just be a bum then, Squid? If I got to sacrifice, why not just be a bum?
Some people have taken that route, but listen, you don't have to. And I hope you don't have to, because listen, making minimum wages and barely making it is better than sacrificing what you need for your own comfortability, your own sanctity, spiritually, mentally, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to see you with, I don't know, it's like one of them questions. Should I see Huey as he is, or should I see him without all these really positive characteristics he has, but with a lot of money? You know what I mean?
Right, right,
The world will
Squid,
never
right,
know.
Squid.
You know what
Do
I
you
mean?
want to see me? Do you want to see me with this without this vibe? But get on live stream every day and be like, boy, look what I just went. Boy, I just went and got this Lamborghini. I ain't got to pay for it, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all how to go do it. Do I want to go show y'all? Oh, look, you ain't got that pride, but I'm every time I go live, I'm showing y'all my house party. I got naked girls running around. I
Mm.
got weed everywhere. We partying. I'm living life. Do y'all want to see that?
Right. We will all miss the old Huey in that scenario. You know?
So okay, what if my kids were so happy? Like my kids is literally they happy now, but they want more. They won't. They never. It's never enough. What I mean, like it's never enough, man. Literally, bro.
The
Like
world got
like my
such a
kids.
hook in
Guess,
us.
guess what?
And
My
especially
kids they
our
want a
kids.
my kids want a dirt bike, right?
Right.
My boys want a dirt bike, right? They done had a dirt bike. They tore it up, right? They see my brother-in-law. He pull up. He buy his kids two dirt bikes, right? They like, dang, they really want that dirt bike, right? They thinking about what they don't got, right? I told them,
Mm.
look, they got the dirt bike because they daddy is a dirt rider. He like to ride bikes and stuff like this. I do music. Y'all got a whole studio downstairs. They don't have one. Do they
Right.
got to go get a studio to feel accepted? Why? What is a never enough, bro?
Mm.
When can I ever have enough, man?
I hear you. I hear you, brother. We will always be fighting this world because they throw these commercials, they throw these brands and products. They make these jingles, and a lot of that isn't for the adults. A lot of this system is to wrap our youth mind up early. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so that the detachment from the source would include feeling an amount of success with material things. And so I think it's a small price to pay to teach the youth how less valuable the material things really are, and have them complain about that if they don't have until they get the understanding. Once they get that understanding, they could relate to it. But it's difficult because yes, kids, they see other kids with a smile on their face, and because they got things, and
And that's what they equate to happiness is.
yeah, and that's one of the
See,
ills
and,
of society.
And that's ill, bro, because you're looking at the material. That's how we fight in this material world, bro, because they're able to manipulate the people from the materialize. It's what you trying to materialize is what the materialize at. That's where the lies at. The lies lie in the material. So when you go, you know that the lies lie in the material lies, and you go get a book. A book is nothing but some material lies, bro.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. Listen, I will tell you what I've sold one of my sons, right? Like I really, the oldest one, I speak to him just like how I talk a lot of times here on the internet. Like everything that I know, because it's imperative that he know what I know. And
Right.
the way I relate to him about things, it's so everything's so goddamn important early on, right? When I first started, like, look, you see this music video, you see this movie, but this is what go on behind the scenes. This is what the people, you see these names that says executive producer, like this is how music works. This is how the sports entertainment, like we see one side of things, but I try to relay the other side of that so that the shine isn't so bright now, right? It's like, it could be a movie with kids, right? Or let's say one of these cats um, in a kid movie or some shit, or talk about, let's say, the Mickey Mouse Club concept. And then you could be like, you see these kids, they all in the Mickey Mouse Club, they happy, they become stars and all this other stuff. But the people that handle them are pedophiles. And the people that are pedophiles are part of a organization, like a crime family. And not only do they do pedophilia amongst children, but they kidnap, they kill them, they into Satanism where they eat people, and these type of people exist out here in the world. So you got to be careful. No one wants to be snatched up by a van. You know, there's people out here that look at kids and women as objects, and they be disregarding their life. And this is why there's poverty in our neighborhoods and things of that nature, because there are people that come from areas in society where they have all the money they could possibly need, but the things that they the things that they entertain their life with is totally negative to us, right? Because this is a people that don't have no love for us, and they are part of this situation. And this is why you see that commercial right there. You see how this, you know, they want people to be magnetically attracted to goods, services, and material things. And like, you know, I try my best. You know what I mean? And what I find out is that, you know, kids just want to be kids. They don't want to, you know what I mean? I seen it in my own kids. Like, yo, you know, like, damn, that shit's so fucking heavy. I just don't want to believe, I just don't want to think about that shit. I'd rather just play the Xbox, right? But it's like, once you put that seed there, they're never going to forget that shit. And it'll just grow as a type wisdom that a lot of other kids don't have. You know what I mean? And so it'd be like, look,
Right.
like for my kid, my son, the oldest one, I gave him all his presents before Christmas, most of them. I some of them are reserved for Christmas just because of the cliche, stereotypical situation. But for the most part, I took him with me to get the shit that he really want. You know what I mean? Before Christmas.
Right.
And I explained to him, like, you know, we don't celebrate Christmas, right? He like, yeah, I know. You know what I'm saying? I tell him everything that I know. And even though he's a kid,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? I try my best. And, you know, the shit, what I've seen is like, you know, the shit ain't, you know, it's like you just got to make sure that, you know, that shit ain't really what it is. There's something else to that. They could be happy with all that shit, but, you know, he ain't got no girlfriend, or his wife don't like him, or, you know, nobody like him, or matter of fact,
Right.
if I walk
He
up,
got low self-esteem.
I can slap the shit out of him and he ain't gonna do shit. You know what I mean? But be a bitch because he's a witch. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that, motherfucker. Be like, hell yeah, yo, Illuminati ain't shit. And that's what I want to see in my kids. You know what I mean? Fuck.
Yeah, man. But we even like installing certain things into them, right? They tell us that we're supposed to work hard, right, so we can get things in life. Is that true or false?
It's true to a certain degree, because it'll be hard to get that success where you don't have to sacrifice anything. You don't have.
So do people with the most? So who get paid the most? The people who work the hardest, or the people who work less?
Oh man, you know, the people that got the most money don't do shit.
That's my point. So why would we tell our kids to work so hard so they can have things?
Well, none of my kids is at that level yet.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, literally, kids are. This is I'm talking about as a whole. I be getting away from me and us, right? I be talking as a whole, literally, because this is the spell that has a hold on us as a whole, man.
You remember when we were kids, Huey, and it was like, you can be whatever you want to be. You could be the president of the United States of America and shit, right? And then here I go, as a young adult, I realized the president of America is a fucking criminal. Goddamn, 8 years of Bush and shit, right?
Right.
So it's like, you know, it's like we was told.
It's like being a doctor. A doctor is a criminal, right? A doctor is a criminal. A doctor is a drug dealer.
You know,
is a doctor a drug dealer?
And a liar.
A doctor is a drug dealer, right?
And a killer.
And a liar.
Right.
And a killer.
Right.
And a murderer. And he's making all of these $1 billion. And not only that, he was good enough to convince the people that they had to come see them.
Lies, you know, illusions.
Little lies, bro. Material lies, because guess what the lies lied at? In the material that they gave us.
So you know what you can say? That though they got physical money, they broke as fuck in the spirit realm. You understand?
Listen, but or the spiritual realm don't matter like that right now because everybody dealing with the physical. If the spiritual
Now
realm,
you gotta tell them shit like that. Like, listen, this motherfucker Bill Gates might got billions of dollars. He can't get no real pussy for real. This motherfucker, in
how can you tell? How can you tell a kid that when they looking at? How can I tell my son that? How can I tell my son that about Young Thug? That bro,
that's right.
That ain't no money. That ain't no money. Listen, how can I tell them? Listen, how can I tell my kid? How can you tell your son that Bill Gates ain't got no money? Or how can I tell my youngest that that ain't no real money that Young Thug and them got when they see that these flossing, bro? You can't buy no real car with that. Or you can't you can't buy no. You can't get no.
You're bringing that division. Physically, they got the money, they got the jewels, but spiritually they lacking. If an asteroid came down and obliterated,
they can't see the spirit though.
They don't
see the spirit though.
They wouldn't have that money, right?
But they don't see the spirit though, bro. All they seeing is the physical. You gotta realize you talking to
teach them the difference between the physical realm, the spiritual realm, and the mental realm. Because
now, so how you gonna teach them about the spiritual realm when they only see the physical realm, bro?
You tell them just like how you would tell somebody on one of these panels.
The same way I'm telling them, right?
Let me use this analogy one more time. Though Bill Gates is a billionaire in the physical realm, he could be he's a bum in the spiritual realm. We could assume that safely. You understand? And you could link, me personally, conversation like connection with the deity, like the Most High. And I got my kid reading the Bible and all type of things. And though he's a child and don't see things like I want to see it and hate it, really, it's just a matter of like eventually, though these precepts aren't accepted now, they still the truth. Bill Gates is not a spiritually rich man. And I think
how you know though? How do you know that? How can we assume that?
Meatball. I don't give a fuck.
But we assume that though, bro. That's an assumption.
That's an assumption that's safe because whether we use Bill Gates or anybody else, a part of the Bilderberg and shit, like these motherfuckers don't hold a weight. They can't throw a fucking pebble in the pond of the people of the book for real. People with a connection to the Most High. And that's
you can't tell them that though. You can't tell Bill Gates that he's doing something wrong. Listen, bro.
It's a war going on.
I know, but you can't tell him that though, bro. He think that he's
right.
Exactly, but he is thinking. Do Bill Gates think that he is doing good by giving us technology?
Bill Gates ain't shit, Bree.
I'm asking you though. I'm just saying, dude. You can't. I'm asking you from his perspective. I understand that he's not. I'm with you on that. Cool, but I'm saying to him, is he doing a good thing by providing a source of technology, coming with this website or whatever he done did, right? In his eyes, is he doing right?
No. They know they doing wickedness, man. They pride themselves in doing wickedness.
But wickedness to them is right?
No. They know they doing wrong. They indulge themselves in the ways of darkness, man, because they know there's light out there and they chose that path. They just don't foresee consequence because they're atheists and they feel like they got control of their spiritual realm and they feel like they got control of their karma. Or they believe that
if they in this realm and why wouldn't they feel like they had control over it if they doing everything that they showing right here on this realm? In this realm, do Bill Gates got control of this realm?
Does he got control of what?
Of what he doing in this realm. He got control over everything that he doing, right?
He's limited, of course. Everyone's limited to a certain degree.
Man, but he is controlling what he doing on this realm though, right? He making his decisions.
He's doing what he want to do for the most part. I would agree.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Well, cool. That's what I'm saying, for the most part.
Financial freedom.
Yeah. Financial freedom, bro, or spiritual freedom, whatever you want to call it. Spiritual freedom to do what thou wilt. It's spiritual freedom.
Well.
Now,
You know,
Now
he's not really spiritual freedom because he can't make it to the kingdom. I won't let him.
he's not spiritual free to you, bro. You saying that he's not gonna make to the
He's
kingdom to
not.
you, right?
He's not to
Listen, bro.
everybody.
That's to your kingdom, though. What if his
Nah,
kingdom was?
fuck that. Whatever
Listen,
kingdom
bro.
that it is. Listen,
Okay.
the stance is
Check
real.
this
It
out.
won't pivot.
What if everybody said that Huey is never gonna make it to the kingdom because he think that he the
But
creator,
that's
right?
a hypothetical.
And I was like,
Nobody's saying that, yo.
I know that. Just I'm using a hypothetical. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Choose somebody
right?
like the Pope or Queen of England to make it more.
Okay, cool. The Pope in the Kanye West. He ain't gonna get into the gates.
Oh, why you threw Kanye? Yeah.
I want to. Anybody, we can throw anybody in the boat. I don't care. You throw Trump in there. Let's do Trump
and the Pope.
Let's do Trump. Yeah, the Pope. And let's do the Bilderbergs and all of them. Let's throw all of them in the boat, right?
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, cool. Now they in the boat. We threw their ass in the boat. They in the boat.
All right.
Now, are they doing what they spent? Now, check this out. The kingdom that we saying that they can't get in, right? You know that they can't get in your kingdom. You know this, right?
Well,
you know that they can't get in your kingdom.
But I know
I'm just saying,
right.
Your kingdom is the God's, man. If I get in God's kingdom and God let me in there, it's the same thing as my house. That's like if I invite you.
They're not going to experience love like that. Okay, go ahead.
Right. If I invite you to my house and say, bro, this is my house and your house is mine, bro. Now, you've been here for 30 years since I said my house is your house. Is this your house now?
I don't know. Run that how. All right. How this apply to the boat? How does respond to the boat? Because right now I got my own compound that I let you in, and you said that you are this is your house now because I said it was yours, but you know it was my house, but I said my house is yours, right? Now, my house is our kingdom. But they don't have no spiritual ownership like they got physical ownership.
Listen, bro, spiritual or physical, where it go, bro? Listen, they in their spiritual world, their kingdom is his house. When he pull up at his estate, what if that is his kingdom? And you saying that he ain't gonna never get into your kingdom or to the God's created kingdom? And he like, bro, I don't care what they sing about. This is my king. I am the king of my own dome.
That's kind of like how they thinking and why they move the way they do move, because they think they have access to supreme powers, but they will be shown otherwise ultimately.
Who's to say that though?
Who's to say that? It's a common sense for me, but it's mathematically sound. A scumbag.
And then that's what they listen. But that same mathematical sound is what they saying to us, because they saying that men lie and numbers don't, and they got the numbers to back it up.
And it's safe to assume a scumbag will never experience paradise ultimately. You know what I'm saying?
But he's not experiencing it in that realm though. But in this realm, it's in the paradise to us, and we are going through hell in this realm, literally.
And this is temporary. As said
so in temporarily, we going through hell, and temporarily they already in heaven. So when the shoes switch, we gonna be in heaven, and they gonna be in hell, which we are already in the same positions.
Well, the shoes, it's not so much the shoes switching. It's more like they're going to melt in theirs and we'll be uplifted into new ones.
Hey, man, but look, if that ain't the switch, I don't know what is, because right now we in quicksand right now. We in quicksand. In this realm, we in quicksand. We in the mud or whatever you call it. So when they give us some new shoes, I can clean these dirty ones off and I can walk around in a new pair of clean shoes.
You know what I'm saying? Keep your head above the water, man. That's do your best, because they're not even on the level. They're not even, they can't even be honored by struggle. Like, listen, they're just not on the same level, man.
They head not above the water. They in the water. They deep in the water, right?
Yeah, they
deep sea divers. All right, cool. So they deep sea divers. Now, it's some people that want to be above the water. I would call them shallow swimmers.
Okay, when I said that, I'm talking about the concept of struggle.
Yeah, I know. I just put it in another way.
Okay.
I put it another way. It's the same thing.
So their struggle.
The struggle is the shallow. The strugglers is the shallow swimmers.
And
So they struggling to get in the water because they stuck in the land and they water. So they like struggling to get motion.
they most likely are struggling with a lot of the concepts that we conversate about.
Right.
Their money and position of power is limited in the sense to where it doesn't provide the answers that we've come across and builds alone.
But
Most of them don't
but
even
if
have friends, goddamn. So
but listen, they
let
got
alone people.
the answers that we got. They got answers for the solutions right now. They eating. They not struggling. They not worrying about no week to week situation.
But the only reason they doing that is because they are parasiting off of our struggle. You know, if it wasn't
They
for
leeching.
what, if it
They
wasn't
leeching off
for
your
what,
energy. They
if
leeching
it,
off your energy basically.
they
They
are
sucking you dry. They exactly, bro.
right. So if it wasn't for the people of the book and the facts thereof, they wouldn't have nothing to stand on to push the bullshit they pushing.
So
So
they made it
it's
all
like
up so they can stand on it.
don't yeah. It's like it's not when you really know what it is. Like let's say a person is admiring a star, right, a celebrity, but then when they actually see how that person is living, they like, God damn, this motherfucker ain't shit. I wouldn't want
Like
to be
R. Kelly.
motherfucking, you
Like
know what I
R.
mean?
Kelly. Like R.
Like
Kelly.
R. Kelly.
Jay Z.
Oh my God. Yeah, like this motherfucker. Now
How many kids?
he's
How
not even
many?
allowed back into the community.
Right when he was, how many kids? How many of our kids that's right now that's 19 to 20 was made off his music?
God damn, a lot.
So what kind of spirit do they have in him?
Man, it's that tainted situation. You know, like, God damn, that's such a great way to think about things because, you know, this man believed he could fly. And white people loved that song. And they was like, this motherfucker is a genius, a musical genius.
He was talking like Jesus. He could believe he could touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. He thought he was an angel, literally.
You
But
know,
was he being a demon? Was he being a demon
he
with
was,
wings?
and we didn't know.
Literally, because the
He was
perception
the
of the
male
spell.
version of Bette
It,
Midler, and we had no
it
idea.
was because the spell that they put us up under, bro. They made the spell look so good that it was pleasing to your ears. The
Mhm.
same thing that you hear when you're looking at that Bible, bro.
Well, see, the Bible is actually, you know, the same spell that he was involved in is what scriptures have actually pointed out to be aware of. And, you know, that's thousands of years apart. And, you know, a person like R. Kelly is just not going to find redemption through the blood of Christ because he repent. You know,
But he still
streets
listen.
are
But you
done
can't
away
say
with.
that though, because that's where the contradictory come in at, bro. Because the Bible tell him that all you got to do is repent, and God gonna always forgive you. That's
It
a
don't listen. White Christians have fucked that money up preaching that shit, but it don't say that. It says this is your option. You do that, then you change your life from that point on. Ain't no keep coming back using the same coupon. You can't go in the store and use that same coupon every day. They're gonna take that shit from you. Be like, you used this bitch already. And the same thing goes for repentance. It's these
but that's what the believing
people
do
that
though. The believing got them
listen.
believing that
You
though, bro.
know
And
that these
I agree with
people
you.
teaching the corrupted version so it fit their paganistic views. They are already
That's
detached.
the That's what the belief is doing to us, bro. The belief got them thinking, bro, I believe that all I got to do is in my heart know that, bro, I really forgive and I really sorry about the things that I did, bro, and that God is gonna forgive them. What the Bible is telling you that God, even look, they said that you got to listen to the Bible, bro. God said that you should listen to His word. He even contradict himself, bro, by saying that he was a understanding, caring, a forgiving person. He never forgave the devil, or did he?
Well, listen, the word can manifest and the God's word can manifest in a person. And listen, as far as forgiving the devil, uh let's go with using actual names because there are at least 5 devils or 5 Satans But let's go ahead and use the fact that the forgiveness, it's not even forgiveness. It's called a consummation of days. And this is when, for all the deeds that one has done, they will suffer the appropriate consequence through karma and judgment. And during that time will determine what they experience after that. Some may not never join the human experience at all. It's not about forgiving Satan or adversary. These things have been placed there to do what they are meant to do, to cause that friction.
Hey, not to cut you off, Squid, but everybody trying to get in. I think Lindsay sleep. So like Raul, Cook, everybody trying to get in, but they can't even get in the chat. So they was in the on the chat. They were saying that they trying to tell me to start up a live. I don't know if you want to start up one to go start up another one where we can get the other bros in. I think the other brother wanted to come back on too when his signal went out, but Lindsay been asleep. So they just been in the back chat, you know what I mean, on the backstage. So I don't know if you want to go try to start one up, or I start one up where we can get the other people on it build. You know what I'm saying? Because we is having a good build still, but I don't know. I just threw that out.
Okay. And I think we are having a great build. And I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. I'm so into this conversation we having.
Right. It didn't even know everybody was gone.
I didn't even know it was hella crickets chirping and shit. I ain't even peeped that. I'm like, God damn, we going back and forth respectfully and getting answers and questions and back and trying. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. But it's up to you. I can start up a live stream, or if you want to, like.
No, you can start one. We can come over there and everybody, we can just go over to Red Squid and we can crank one up. That way we can have an open panel. Y'all can come on over there.
Okay, what you want to name that shit?
I don't know. You cool. What happened there?
I said, all we doing is
why ain't y'all asleep? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Y'all up arguing about a game, man. What is going on?
I said, kid, he did a vacuum. All of us, me and Tyler just cleaned up the whole movie theater. All we asked him to do was vacuum.
Okay, tell him to vacuum the movie theater and y'all come down and clean this kitchen there. Sunday's gonna go down. You know what I'm saying? See, like, I ain't doing, like, bro, like, literally, bro, I'm in the castle, bro. I'm in my own kingdom, literally, bro. Like, I'm in heaven with being right where I'm at. Right? That was my part with the kingdom. Like, literally, like, bro, I got a movie theater upstairs. I got a 2-car garage. I get like, I'm okay, but that ain't enough. I can still want more, right? When is enough, bro? When is never enough, bro?
I guess it's up to each their own. You know, you could not want those things. You could want those things. You know, you could be satisfied.
Or I could want some more things. Right. So when is we ever gonna be satisfied though?
I think that these things is like, you know, I think a lot of the teachings is trying to tell us to be satisfied with the truth we find in the kingdom of the Most High, so to speak. Like, to be satisfied in that more so than the world, because the world have the glitz and the glamour, but what's really pertinent to your happiness is something that only the supreme intelligence can surely give unto.
See, but you gotta realize that was one of the tools of debate, though. That was one of the tools of debate. Debate was to give us that, okay, we're gonna be able to have eternal life where everything gonna be good. You're gonna have your golden gates, everything gonna be just good. So that's the bait, to think that you are going to get something better after this. Like, okay, go through bad right now so you can get better. So they can experience the good right now. And they say, okay, well, we'll just worry about our later right now, because don't nobody know what happened after later, bro. So why are we waiting to get something better later when how much later do we got to wait to get it? Okay, right now it's 3 o'clock or 2:30, right? Do I got to wait till 6 o'clock for it to be later, for my later to come? How much late do I have to be, bro? How much later do we gotta wait for our greatness, bro? I was born in '79. I'm still waiting on my time. When is gonna be enough time for me?
I hear that. I hear that. I mean,
Literally, G.
there's I guess there's stances against the world that you can take and be satisfied in that. Whether whatever it could be a plethora of things. Whether you choose not to support spending money in the society that's built to poison you, or you choose not to associate with people who are capricious with the ways of people who oppress you or oppress people that are in your community. Just having a belief system that is outside of the matrix is an act of war itself, man. You know what I mean? Just by you not going for the bullshit that's given is an offensive act to the system, right? And you've done a lot of
Yeah.
good work in helping people um you know what I mean, think outside of this box, this matrix, this cube that is artificial, trying to represent and imitate the real one. You know what I mean? And so, that's what, we already have taken a stance, HOTC, you know what I'm saying? And, all we have to do is keep pushing on, you know what I mean? We really do deserve all the type notoriety that lesser vibrations are getting. But you got to just put it in the perspective that that the way of the world is temporary. And so these things too shall pass, in a sense, You know what I mean? When that day come where we do get the proper shine or the credit, or we are able to be free from the limitation, man, that day is going to be great for not just us. It's going to be great for it's going to be in sync with the goddamn animals and the trees and everything being, I guess, blessed with the absence of the matrix that we're experiencing right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'll say again that, we have, the way they pushing things, it's kind of set up so that they kind of find they try to make up the shit their own way. Let's say if you came out with a thing, it got the protocol, it got the direction manual and all that, and they just open the box and they motherfucking try to work the shit the way they want to work it for. It's just that sometimes that shit can go, but when we talking about the deity and we talking about the universal laws of nature and shit, they can't just make shit up as they go along. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we that to the end of it.
Can I get it right?
Yeah, because they've been doing that. They change a law every day. They making up things as they go along, literally, bro. And we just accept it, man. But yeah, man. Yeah, I think we should. I think drop and minds out. All the bros want to come on. You know what I'm saying? So I think we should go do another one. Lindsay up here don't want to sleep on us.
Can you hear Raul? Because I opened up a panel over at Red Squid X and Raul is on. Can you hear him? Raul, say something. Can
you guys hear me?
Can you hear him?
Oh yeah. So so you can do that.
Wow, that's cool.
Wow, that's crazy. That's simultaneously, so we can have a live stream. So you live right now on Red Squid?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And you opened it up from over here while you was on Lindsay's.
Yep.
So then you can get 6 people over there, right? And he can have 6 over here. That's 10 people on the line.
Ooh, boy. Yeah, I guess.
And then I should be able to go. I should be able to go do the same thing, so we can have 18 people on the call, and we all will be live at the same time.
Yeah.
Are you serious, bro? And you opened it up while we were still on here, and you connected to both of yours?
Yeah. That's crazy, right? That shit just worked.
Yes, bro. That is crazy, bro. You on your computer? Would you open it up? Would you open it up in another tab?
Yep. Straight to another tab.
Did you have to share? Did you have to share the other tab?
No, all I did was open another tab, bring up StreamYard, and start a live stream. And
you didn't have to share it. You didn't have. So can you screen share? You can screen share from yours now. I wonder will your screen share show up on Lindsay's, or will it just show up on yours?
Let me try it. We over here finessing the shit out of their little apps and shit. The motherfuckers is rushing to their computer.
Listen, we already know broke the code. We're not even supposed to be going live without 1,000 subscribers, bro. They can't stop it, bro. Literally. Golly. Are you sharing? Did you share a screen already?
So here I go. I'm trying to share the screen, and now I'm buffering at the point of sharing. So I don't know if it's going to kick in or not.
It's probably gonna show on yours through your share screen on Red Squid. It probably ain't gonna show on his, but you could be the vocals is coming through. He probably the only one that can share. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Yeah, I think he got to do
know
the
how it's gonna work. You know, StreamYard probably brain farting their ass off right now. AI is like, what the fuck is they trying to do? Do not compute.
Oh, but Lord have mercy. That is dope. You didn't even have to end the show and started it. That's dope, bro. It's showing on it's screen sharing on Red Squid though. That's what it's doing. It's screen sharing on there. Let me go over there and look on. Let me look. See the screen sharing over there. Yeah. Dang, that is dope, bro.
I'm trying to
get
out of it. They got me they got this shit buffering and shit. I'm trying. Might have to just cancel that somehow.
Probably so. That's probably won't.
They don't know what. Yeah, man. Yeah, we done got down crossing wires on they dumbass.
Algorithm tripping like a mother. Like, what is going on? We're not supposed to be doing this. Hold on, shut it down. Shut down the stream. What's going on?
Right. You know what I'm saying? HOTC did it to you.
That's the HOTC. We know who's doing it. When that's them HOTC guys. They look, man, stop them. We're gonna shut this down.
Oh man.
Literally, bro.
Yo, they got me kind of worried here.
My brother was over here talking to me earlier. He was like, bro. My brother was like, bro, when you be saying stuff, bro, it be sounding like elementary, bro. And I thought about it. I was like, that's the reason why they started that new algorithm talking about the kids who teaching stuff to the kids that the kids can know, bro. We the reason why, bro. We the reason why they came up with that, bro. For real.
Wow. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. You know they
cause we break it down. We break it down simple. And it's called simpleton, the simpleton. They call it simple-minded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, them motherfuckers said, fuck live streaming. YouTube just straight was like, no replacement. They was just like, we're going to stop this shit. You know, they didn't even want us to communicate on the chat tip, on the YouTube tip, motherfuckers.
Thanks. Raul still there?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to try some shit.
Oh yeah, they got you because they got you rendering over here. Oh no, there you go. There you go.
What you see? Oh, okay.
No, I'm the chat popped up, but you still not screen sharing though. I see Raul on the thing, but I don't see no screen share up here now.
Okay.
I don't know if you were trying to share nothing, but I don't see nothing on your channel as no share.
I got the white screen, yo. The motherfuckers, you know, when the white screen clouded up and shit.
Oh yeah, I ain't seeing nothing now. I just see a blank avatar. And it's not. Why don't I hear nothing? I don't hear what's coming through.
Raul, are you there?
You see?
All right. Damn, yo, this shit might got me have to close
Yeah,
my
because I think we might have to go over there because I don't hear you over here. It say that you live. I see Raul on the page like he in your back chat, but I don't. Okay, there you go. Here you come now. There you go. I think you got to keep your mic unmuted, Squid. There you go. It's coming through now. Okay, so it's coming through now. Now I still don't see your. I don't know. Did you screen share?
Man, I'm still in the white cloud tip. I'm gonna have to shut it down
Oh yeah,
and
it's
bring it
probably
back up
rendering.
again.
Yeah, it's rendering. It's probably connected, so it ain't going. It's trying to stop us from doing it. That's what it's doing.
All right, here we go. Let's see.
What's that on? Hmm?